What's up, everybody? Welcome into a nice, chill hangout. We don't do a lot of these where we don't just jump in, get right to the point, start talking about whatever topic we have for tonight. Tonight's going to be a little more relaxed. We'll hang out. We've got some special guests. I'm going to get to them right away because they're the stars of the show to make this thing fun and for us to have an enjoyable night celebrating 200,000 subscribers. It's really wild, and I don't think much is going to top on this channel my 100,000 subscriber celebration, because that was pretty fun on my part, but the guests are what's going to make this better. So we have Ian from Runkle of the Bailey, and we have Rob from Law and Lumber that I'm adding in here to the stream. It's a party tonight, both for joining me to celebrate this fun occasion here. What's up with you guys tonight?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, not much. I'm offended that there's not a costume for the 200,000.
Man, I just didn't have it in me this time, you know?
I'm so disappointed. You know, you didn't have clips pulled up. You didn't have a costume. We're just here partying.
To be fair, that was the goal and plan for 100K. This time, I'm actually going to go to... Did you guys, either of you guys go to... I know Ian went to the... Oh, obviously, Rob, you went to too, right? You went to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's what I planned for 200K. If we got to 200K, I'm going to hop over to Orlando, kind of Rob style, close to me, and hit that Sarah Boone trial that may or may not go in April. Have you guys seen anything about that case?
Just some of the interviews. And I know that I did catch a little bit of a recap that you were doing. Her current lawyer wanted out, hadn't met with her, was delaying meeting with her, rescheduling appointments. And the judge was like, nah, we're going forward. You got to meet with her.
Have you seen it, Ian?
I haven't, but that's that's the one where is that the one where she attacked her lawyer?
No.
Oh, your
case.
The suitcase one, yes.
And this is the one where she zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase.
I did see that. I'm just terrible with names. That one's going to be fascinating because there's actually arguments on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, really interesting. So she's been charged with second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, which I think is interesting. And we have just heard recently with her sixth lawyer who has tried to get off the case and hasn't spoken to her, but somehow they've determined that it's going to be a battered spouse defense. And they're probably going to try to base it on how she knows, based on past behavior, how he would have reacted had she let him out of the suitcase, which I think is going to be an interesting argument.
That's
tough. Not where I was thinking they would go.
And that's not where she went in any of her immediately following the arrest police interrogation interviews that she went through, which what have we learned, guys? I mean, even if you're Alec Murdaugh, who wins millions of dollars talking to juries, probably don't talk to the cops after you get arrested, even if you didn't do it.
Don't do it.
I'm working on a video talking about stats on how much police here talk to police when they're... It's 2% of police investigations were here in Canada, apparently, where police are a suspect of something. It's 2% of the time they talk.
Meaning they know.
Yeah, because one criticism people always there's always somebody in the comments going, well, you only know about the situations where it went badly because people don't hire a lawyer when they get just released from the station. Well, the cops know about how often they let somebody go after they talk, and they keep their mouths shut. So that kind of tells us some really important news. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Anybody that understands how the process goes, anybody that's prosecuted cases understands when law enforcement and prosecutors look at interrogation videos, they only look at it with one angle, especially if you're the prime suspect. And that's, how can we turn any of this into admissions? I mean, that's how they look at it. It's going to be used against you one way or the other. I have never seen somebody give... Now, I've seen cases dropped, right? And just charges dropped altogether. But a case that goes to trial that they're fighting that there's a police interrogation, they always play at least part of that interrogation as impeachment or to prove whatever it is that they're trying to prove on the state side. It always comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that carries over into the decision to testify at trial. Because so I do primarily divorce law and custody battles, etc. That's my primary trial experience. And in those cases, the opposing party is always on the trial. It's civil. It's always on the stand. It's a civil case. But when I'm cross-examining or even in direct examination, you're focusing on a few phrases that they're saying, and you're highlighting those and you're throwing those in your closing arguments. And I mean, you saw it in Murdaugh. I mean, how many of the things that he said just didn't sound right to people? I got out of there, or all these other things that just, and they came right up in closing. You knew they would.
I mean, if you listen to Waters afterwards, they pretty much baited him to take the stand. They wanted to destroy his character. They made sure the jury knew. And if you listen to the juror interviews, they were like, yeah, he's a good liar, but he's not good enough. He wasn't going to fool us. He'd been fooling juries for all these years. He wasn't going to fool us. So Waters set that up and built it all up to where, like, don't be fooled regardless of what he says. And it all worked. I mean, it worked perfectly, because most of the time it does, especially when you destroy a guy and talk about every bad thing he's done over the last 20 years. A juror's going to pretty much hate that guy when he takes the stand. And that's what happened in the Murdaugh case. Every single juror has basically thought it was a mistake for him to testify, which I agree with.
And thus the resounding scream from all of the attorneys that were covering this trial when he decided to take the stand. I think I've never heard a voice more resoundingly say why than when he decided to take the stand.
But we're all
I was in an airport and I watched a little bit of it, and I was just like, what is happening? Like, how? Yeah.
Especially when you have to get up there and admit you lied. Like, I just don't understand where he thought he was going to go. I mean, I guess obviously he thought he was going to be able to convince them otherwise, and he failed miserably at it. And they all said as such. But there are some cases, and again, I've seen some posts as well. This has been a kind of a wild trial as far as you guys are much, much bigger than me on Twitter. Like, I haven't really tweeted much in my life ever. And I tweeted a little bit during this trial.
Whew, how'd that go for you? Was that fun?
That a wild place, right?
Did you enjoy the experience?
Twitter is a different world, man. People come at you from every direction, and it's really interesting. And you see some other lawyers tweeting, and it's like, any criminal lawyer better take note. Never put your client on the stand. It's like,
guy's such an idiot.
It's also just not it's not your choice. Once they choose to test, I mean, you looked at Harpootlian and Griffin, and I don't. Here's the thing: I don't care what they say after the trial. I really don't, because they are there to fall on the sword after the trial. That's what the attorneys are doing. But you cannot tell me with a straight face that they looked at him and told Alec Murdaugh, "This is a good idea. You need to take the stand." It's not the attorney's choice.
The thing is I'm going to give the guy, let's give the guy the benefit of the doubt and assume that he meant don't recommend to your client that they testify. Yeah. Which is a real big benefit of the doubt, because from all indications, this guy's not super clever and doesn't do criminal defense at all. Even that's just like
guy. Was this so? Before we
are we
talking about one specific lawyer, or like
Ian's talking about one specific guy?
There's one specific guy who
he just rubbed Ian the wrong way. And
we don't want to name him, or we do want to name him.
Oh, let's not name him.
Okay, that's fine with me. I was talking about how I saw tons of people, and lots of people tell me to stick to civil, which I like. I'm like, trust me, I will. I plan to, and I will. But I've done plenty of criminal and had to make this decision. And the last two criminal trials I had, we recommended, and the defendant did testify, and it ended in a hung jury where the charges were dropped after, and a not guilty verdict. Those are the last two criminal trials I had. Now, tried plenty where we lose, and I feel like we lose because of it. And I've tried plenty where the defendant doesn't testify and we win and lose. There's no guarantee. It's hard to win a criminal trial. You know, I mean, it's hard to win.
I have 100% had criminal trials where the only reason we won was because the defendant testified. 100%. Quite literally, the judge said, I was ready to convict. And then I heard this story, and the judge, this is the funnier part. They said, I don't believe the accused. But the accused raises a version of events that, although I don't believe the accused, is possible. And now I have to consider it and consider whether the prosecution has disproven that. And I find that they haven't. It was literally, the accused's bad testimony saved them. And you can't just make these sweeping conclusions. I've had witnesses get up on the stand who were the best, like amazing witnesses. And yeah, so I mean, the other thing is sometimes your client is just straight up telling the truth too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, Rob, if you think about our cases now doing civil work and family law, so much of it depends on just which party they believe. So if you have, like Ian just said, if you have a person that is telling the truth and they're a party in the case and they're a good, like they're not going to get tripped up and words twisted like every lawyer tries to do, you put them on the stand.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you kind of have to in a family law case. And the other thing is, like, I have to deal with the weird intersectionality that exists between civil and criminal, where my client has to take the stand because they have to testify to give evidence as to how they want the judge to allocate custody or divide assets. So they have to testify. But there are some things in some of these cases that border on domestic disputes that are chargeable offenses.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like skirting that narrow line of telling the judge at the particular moment, like, Judge, we need an advisement. Can we please do that real quick? Just so that they know that we're marching into dangerous territory here. But the truth, when it's said from someone who's speaking honestly, people pick up on that. They really do. They're so perceptive. Yep. And Murdaugh, I mean, every case, to Ian's point, you have to take each case as it comes to you. You can't change the facts. You can't dictate the case that is in your your pocket. You take the case as it comes to you and you make the decision there. But with Murdaugh, 10 out of 10 do not recommend. Like, that was one where everything was stacked against him testifying.
And Taco says Alex had to testify to explain the big lie. And it's like some jurors think that and want to hear it from the defendant, but not when your theory of the case is they can't prove guilt. That was their theory here. That investigation, they can't prove closing.
Yep, not with Creighton Waters' closing, because he did one thing in the closing that I thought was one of his very few mistakes in closing. Was he made the comment early on. He said, husbands have been killing wives since the beginning of time, and fathers have been killing their kids since back in biblical times. And then he says, why would he lie? Well, Creighton Waters just made the argument. That argument might persuade a single juror, if not for the fact that Alex Murdaugh took the stand. And then you could see the lie that was there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think, and we said it when it happened. I mean, you're not helping your case here if you're Alec Murdaugh. I mean, you're really not. And I think his lawyers did do a great job of protecting that crap on appeal, saying, well, the only reason he's testifying is the 404B stuff, because that's what they're going to hang their hat on the appeal, is the other bad acts. And they basically said he wouldn't have testified if it wasn't for the other bad acts, which is going to be interesting how all that stuff kind of comes out. One of the things I want to do tonight is also talk about your guys' channels. I know Rob was talking Murdaugh. Ian was popping in and out of other channels, kind of talking about it. I know you weren't following it quite as closely, but I do want to kind of talk about what's next on these lawyer channels. We talked about Sarah Boone. Sherry and Oreo wants to know if anybody's watching the Ice Cream Guy retrial. Anybody watching that?
I've seen a little bit of that. I know that the defense team from the Reeves case are his defense attorneys. And I'll tell you what, Kathy Russin, one of the producers for Law and Crime, posted a picture the other day, and it was the trial binders for the defense team. The trial binders laying face down or face up, like just the trial binders stacked.
Hold on, you're talking about Escobar? Rick Escobar? And Dino? Oh, I didn't know that. I had them on my channel. I've known them like forever.
They're the defense team on this.
Interesting. Okay.
So Russin posts a picture of all the binders laid up, just stacked like across the bench. It took up the entire first like 2 rows, those trial binders. Instant anxiety. I'm panicking, going, you need a librarian to know where everything is in this thing.
That's what their associates are. That's like my dad's MO too. When he tries cases still, they call it the red book, is what my dad calls it. And he gets these red binders that he puts specific things in, and then just stacks of binders everywhere else. Always have to take another lawyer, law clerk, people that know where all these pages are. My stuff is like very neatly, digitally put together. I have binders, small binders for each witness, but all the other stuff I have where it's easily findable on my computer. I can't stand the way that looks or feels in a trial with that many binders, especially if it's going to be a multi-week trial, which I think is an interesting question. Are you straight paper binder, you guys?
Well, I was just going to jump in.
I like digital.
Oh my God. I love that your dad has the red book. So for me, my blue binder with the green sheet, my blue binder, I have a blue binder that's my master binder.
Yes,
that
that's
has
his
a
red
green
book.
highlighted sheet. And that's my master binder. And I have various things tabbed and highlighted in there. And then I have different pages that are loose leaf that are behind a piece of sorted material, where the second I have the witness walk through it, if they open the door, I'll pull out the 3 pages of the loose leaf and pass them up. Like that was a tactic I learned like a long time ago. That's still my favorite thing. And that's how I try cases.
What about you, Ian? You said digital mostly?
Digital mostly. I will definitely keep an exhibit book, and I do keep some pages for, there's certain times when you want paper.
Oh yeah.
And Rob makes the point, and it's a good one. Sometimes you want paper for dramatic purposes.
Mm-hmm.
There was one trial I had where the witness, the complainant, had made some very unwise statements on Facebook the night prior, and so I printed those out. And I just was sitting there with my binder, and I was intentionally being sloppy so that the Facebook printout was visible. And she spotted it, and within about 15 minutes, the prosecutor came up and was like, "So my witness is saying they're not going to testify. What can we do with this?" I'm like, "Well, it sounds like you can withdraw this file." And you can't do that with just digital.
Sure.
But and I mean, at the end of the day, it spared her a lot of embarrassment, because she was really not going to like what the contents of that were coming out in open court. So
no, absolutely.
Kind of when everyone wins.
And that, using social media brings me to another case that I'm following along in my home state. I always give a little extra preferential treatment to anything that's in Florida, and it happens to be like all of these cases are in Florida. The Courtney Clenny OnlyFans murder case. Speaking of battered spouse and self-defense, have you heard about that?
Is that going to go? Like that case seems so lock solid.
I don't know, man. I think based on her lie and the entry wound of the knife, maybe it's tough. But I mean, they have a pretty violent history where I do think some people on the jury, again, because we're talking about a jury, would just be like, "Oh, there's no way this little girl could have done this. I'm sure this guy was trying to beat her and she had to defend herself." I mean, there are jurors that would potentially say that just off optics alone, and she may try to fight it off of that. I think the prosecution has a pretty strong case, especially with how she described throwing the knife and how the wound actually ended up. But I think it's a pretty interesting case. I think it possibly could go. I mean, her life's over if she pleads to it.
Yeah.
What she got to lose is really
exactly.
A lot of murder trials run on what have you got to lose.
Can I tell you guys a funny story?
Sure.
Really want one. So I had this trial against an attorney that I call them some of the old guard, right? Just the diehard litigators that fight every single point. There's no compromise on anything. You have to put up your witness to prove everything, right? It was a long, drawn out trial. And this attorney, I noticed, played a little bit fast and loose with some of the rules. So we're coming up to a break, like a little break. And I had a fake notebook, like a fake trial pad, where I had my bullet list for the questions I was going to ask my client when she got on the stand. And we go to this bathroom break, and I swap my real trial notepad, and I put that underneath, and I leave out this duped one on a suspicion, on a hunch from another attorney who told me that this other counsel had done something similar in their case. Go figure, I put my client on the stand, and in cross-examination, the first questions she highlights were the points that I had ticked off as areas of concern on my notepad. But I had done that because I could not get into it. I couldn't have gotten into it in redirect because I couldn't have got it in through direct. That's interesting, man. It's fun. Oh,
yeah. That's a lot there. I mean, that's a lot. So he looked at your stuff, you're saying?
He or she. We're not gonna
Okay.
name the sex.
He or
of the
she.
attorney.
Okay. Interesting.
Looked at the stuff, and those trial notebooks, man, they're gold.
Yeah. I mean, they are important and helps you know where things are, and you got to have depots to impeach witnesses and things like that. So it's not like there's no paper ever. I just have as little paper as possible, which is still a lot of paper for anybody that would look at the binders on our desks and behind us. Bunch of new members tonight. People are gifting memberships. We are gifting memberships as well for 200K, which is really fun to get there. I mean, when you guys started YouTube, Rob, you're almost at 200K. So let's give a subscribe to Rob and Ian. Ian's already passed 200K. So the next milestone, whatever that is,
you're going to hit 300 long before I will.
Whatever it may be, let's hit the next milestones and let's get Rob to 200K as well, so we can go do a celebration over at his channel next week. But when you started doing YouTube, Ian just won an award as well for his YouTube work, right? And what did you expect? Like, did you ever expect to be? I mean, Rob's was like that. You were, 100K, million views, whatever it may be. Ian's, I think, was a little more of a grind. Mine took a little while as well. Did you ever expect to actually have like a real YouTube channel that people cared to watch?
Have you not heard the story of how I started my channel?
I have not.
So I had a Facebook page, and I would talk about legal issues there. And it was a very successful Facebook page by lawyer Facebook standards, because it had 6,000 people following it, which for like a lawyer's business Facebook page, that's insane.
Sure.
But one guy, like this one persistent guy, kept dropping into my messages to be like, hey, you need to start a YouTube channel. And I kept saying, no, nobody's going to want to watch that. I don't really think of myself as sort of charismatic or interesting or any of that. So eventually this guy wouldn't stop. He was just like, you need to do this. And he did this for like a year, solid. And finally I was like, I got to shut this guy up. It's either that or block him. So I made a video just so I could send it to this guy and be like, see, nobody watched this, like, go away. And it was moderately successful, like not Rob successful, but I think it got like 2,000 views, which is
that's big,
pretty
man.
awesome.
I think my first one got 12.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of say, hey, it was a bit of a breakout success, although again, we've got a little bit of company here, but
come on.
It was really because I'd been building that viewership for a while.
Sure.
But then I went, all right, I guess I have to make another one. And it sort of started growing. And then here's the worst part. I went back through my messages to find this guy to be like, hey, you were right. Can I like get you something? And he deleted his account.
Oh, no.
He's just vanished off the planet. And I can't figure out who he is anymore.
He's one of those guys that, like, when they come out with the slinky, he's like, I had that idea. Why didn't I run with it? And he's like, I should have told Ian, like, listen, I'll produce your videos for you if you do it. And he's just thinking, oh, what a wasted opportunity.
I'm just,
when was that?
Oh, that was the guy was doing this for like the entire time up until I finally posted my first video, which was like June 2020.
Okay.
And I looked for him like a few months later and gone.
But you started in 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. That's awesome. That's cool. And then Rob, I know you obviously didn't expect it to grow so fast, but what did you expect it to be when you did it? Did you expect to do a lot more woodworking or what?
No, I didn't. I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
I fell into this. I should just say, I still don't know what I'm doing.
I still don't know what I'm doing.
I try to get the camera on, and that's about it.
Yeah, I fell into this backside backwards. So the Depp trial was going, and I remembered I had watched like all of you guys between, Nick's channel, your channel, Emily's channel, Alita's channel. Like I was a trial junkie. Like I'm a trial attorney. I love watching trials. So I would throw that on the background, and then the Depp trial came, and that was here in Fairfax. We knew it was going to be here, and that's where I practice. And that first day of trial, I remembered hearing everyone bashing Judge Ascarati, saying she's got the hearsay rules wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I sent a simple DM to a couple of different people, and I was like, y'all are being really kind of rough on Judge A. Trust me, I've been in front of her. She's a good judge. The attorneys have to give her more to work with. And someone it was Nick and Alita. Both of them said, you know, would you like to come on? I was like, well, no. And I had this friend, I was like, no, I don't want my face on. No, I don't want to do this. This is terrible.
It lives forever.
A friend of mine was like, look, I can listen to you talk about law stuff all day. Why don't you just try it? I was like, okay, sure. And then halfway through the trial, we're listening to it and I'm giving commentary here and there. And one freaking word out of Amber Heard's mouth, and it just didn't make sense. Like the woodworker brain kicked in. I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. Explained it. Then all of a sudden it was get off. I was explaining like why it didn't make sense. And everyone yelled at me on a live stream saying, get off of this channel right now and go make that video. I did. And it kind of just blew up. And I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea where I got here.
You've been riding that wave ever since, man. Hey, you got to ride the wave when it comes.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I talk about all the time. Like, I think it's really fun. And the three of us still practice. There are some people that don't practice that do a lot of this as well. They're probably better at it than we are. But I mean, it's just fun to sit here and talk about the stuff. That's what I think. I mean, the three of us that when we talk about it, especially in the areas that we talk about it, it's what we're living in. We're in the trenches. We're doing it. Not to say that they're not, or they used to be or whatever. And not to say that if any of us stop doing it and still keep talking about it, it's just the point is this is what we like to talk about. I am more surprised that there are this many people that enjoy talking about it as well. That's the more surprising thing to me is it's like, you know, if I talk about this stuff for 5 minutes with somebody, they're like, so do you think he did it or no? And that's it. You know, that's about as like far as you get. They don't care about the weeds. I've
developed a theory on this. So everyone's enthused with the podcast and the murder mystery and the crime talk, right? They love that. They love it. And these podcasters are really, really, really good at the story. They love the investigative work. They're really great at it, man. They dig so deep. They get all the investigation stuff. And this is gearing up towards trial. But then the trial happens and the podcasters are oftentimes they're not attorneys and they're going, well, we're just going to watch the trial. Well, people like to hear others digest what the trial is actually telling them and what the different things that are going on in these trials. And that's kind of where like some of us come and usher people through the trial. And I really do try to be as impartial as I can and play devil's advocate to both sides. Because that's like having these discussions that are really hard to have is super important. And that's what I try to do. It's great.
Yeah, I just had a talk with one of my best friends tonight about some tort reform going on in Florida, which, you know, will affect me and what I do and my clients and things like that. And it's fun to have conversations, even if people disagree with you. Like we talk about that all the time, to see it from both sides. It's really not hard, especially for lawyers, to understand arguments from coming both sides, but also see where you stand and be able to make an argument. I think that's one of the really fun parts about these discussions and the chats and the people that are involved. I think that's what makes it really fun.
And I think fundamentally it's important to be able to discuss things with people you disagree with, because I know there's points where I've come around on things. You know, you're sitting there going, here's my perspective, and somebody says, nah, you're wrong, and you go, let me come at that. There's not enough sort of disagreement and like respectful listening disagreement that goes on. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things I love about these kinds of things, because we can come on and be like, no, I kind of like that argument, you know, these kinds of things.
Yeah, that does make it fun. I do want to put this up. I don't know how it's going to come up with the three of us on here, but we're giving away a couple Lawyer You Know Yetis today, okay? And the first one is going to be, I have a box here. I don't know if I can make myself bigger and you guys smaller. If people can see this, but I do have a box. And
I recognize that box.
I want everybody to guess what's in the box. And the person with the most specifically correct guess, some of you probably know generally what it is, but the most specifically correct guess that we see is going to win one of the two Yetis. So I'm going to open it up here now. It's been sitting in my office for quite some time, thanks to Alec Murdaugh and the prosecutors in this case.
I'm proud that you have not opened that yet.
I haven't even cut the tape on it because I knew I would just like open it, look at it, and it is going to go here in a prime spot. So
it's like, I'm pretty sure I know what that is.
Yep. So here we go. We're going to see something I've been heckling about and waiting for quite some time. And listen, if anybody's upset about, that this 200K is a little late, I know we're a little bit past 200K and it was a week or two or whatever after I got to 200K. I was getting whispers in my ear about this during the Depp v. Heard trial. So I had to wait. I had to wait for the goods. So everybody's going to have to wait a little bit to see the goods as well. And John, you'll have to keep track of who wins this in the chat.
Good luck, John. I'm watching the chat.
Anybody get it pretty close, or?
I think people have got it really close.
Okay. Well, then we might have to go like, what verbiage do you think is on it? All right, here we go. So you can tell by the shape of it, it's going to be something we've been talking about for quite some time. I mean, this is like professionally wrapped. Like, I mean, this is like a pro job here. I know both of you guys. So I think, Ian, one of your things is or both of you guys maybe go make something or something like that.
That was me. Like, go make something, you'll feel better.
I am so horrible at that. Like, I'm literally I basically can hang a TV. That's the only thing I can do in my house. I'm like the least handy person ever. So it's fun to be among people that can do things I'm terrible at. So here it is. Did anybody say black? Because I did not know it was going to be black, and that is about as sleek as I've ever seen a play button. It is a wooden, made by Law and Lumber, which the only thing I'm upset about is it doesn't say Law and Lumber on the back or something like that. I would have liked the signature of some sort that says Law and Lumber. I'll always just have to remember it on my own, but that would have made it even more of a collectible I could have sold later when Rob hit 1 million subscribers, but that's okay. I guess I'll have to keep it. So here it is, a black wooden play button for the lawyer, and I wish if we would have done this over and had a better plan, we could have made that one a 200,000 subscriber, which would have been better.
But you got to stick with the original. We'll create.
Man, this is the original. This is a one of a kind thing. I don't want to copy. I don't consider this a copy of YouTube's play button. This is above and beyond and way better than YouTube's play button. Anybody can have YouTube. How many people have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube? Plenty. But how many have this? That's what I want to know. This is my one of a kind. I know you may have made some plaques similar for other people, but this is my one of a kind play button, and I love it. Thank you, Rob.
You're very welcome. It was my pleasure.
Get somebody a Yeti.
And I can tell you the YouTube play button I have is currently sitting on the floor of my garage.
Exactly. Mine is up in my office. This one's going to go up in my house. I have a perfect place to display it, actually right there, just waiting for it on that bookshelf. So I'm pretty excited about it. John texted me. Let's see what he said. All right, he started some comments that I'll get to them later. Okay, so here's a question for Runkle. My faves, I'm fangirling. Peter, congrats on 200K. Rob, you're next. Runkle, looking forward to Mondays. When does that start? What is it that she's talking about, and when does it start?
So my schedule has been super erratic for a long time, such that basically depending on the day, I was going to be either doing stuff in the morning and doing stuff at night. So I kind of bit the bullet and hammered my schedule into kind of a standardish 8 to 5 daily schedule. And so what that means is that I'm going to be able to do a nightly show. So I'm thinking Mondays, although I'm actually going to do the first weekly show right after this one. So I've got that, but I'm thinking Mondays are the day I'm going to settle on, because Mondays kind of suck. And so it'll be nice to be able to hang out with people and, kind of recover from Mondays. That's kind of my thinking on that.
Okay, cool. So it's just going to be a general nightly show. It's not on a specific topic.
Yeah, it'll be whatever sort of topics come up, because there's always way more things happening than I can ever talk about.
Oh yeah. And I mean, the amount of trials and stuff going on, it's like, can you look into this case? And I was like, I've literally never even heard of that case. Like there are some that I've heard some tidbits of or that are coming. And then it's like, there are some that I'm like, I've literally never heard of that case ever. And it's wild that there is that much out there that everybody in our audiences want to listen to and talk about. It's pretty wild. And I kind of was thinking, like, is it going to be over after Depp? Are people going to be as interested in other topics? And boy, are they interested in other topics. I mean, they want to talk about this stuff, which I think is awesome.
I mean, the law is basically the rules of our existence typically, because, so many things that we do involve the law in some fashion. And so, yeah, it's good that we know about it and understand it, because it can get you into a lot of trouble.
That's for sure. Okay, so Disney Gal said, congrats 200K. What do you think about Randy Murdaugh saying he doesn't believe AM is being truthful? So I don't know if you two saw that, but Randy Murdaugh, one of Alec Murdaugh's brothers, said that Alec knows more than he's saying. He made some comments like that. He also said that he still doesn't believe that Alec did it, which I thought was interesting as well. So what do you think about those comments if you saw them? I did a video on it already, so they know my thoughts.
I saw them briefly. If I'm being honest with how I view the evidence coming in, I feel like I am so much in line with a lot of what Randy said. The idea that we don't know what happened that night. We'll never know what happened that night. I wish we did. I think Alex knows more. Whether that means that Alex did in fact pull the triggers or didn't, it's tough to reconcile the fact that we're just not going to know all the circumstances that led up to, that caused, that existed, everything. I mean, that hour or so, or the 2 hours, however long it was, from 8:45 until 17 or whatever it is when we're back on property, that's just going to be a weird part of history we're just not going to have the full details on.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And Ian, did you see, because this is stuff I think I've talked about in other videos, but people are still asking. Ashley asked, so I need to know what y'all think about the Constitution tie juror being one of the officer's witnesses' brothers. So I don't know if you guys heard about that yet. But
yeah, I saw that.
James, I guess, was a brother of one of the officer witnesses, but all the attorneys allowed it and didn't object to it. So
did they know?
Yeah,
yes, they did. And we got additional
about it back in chambers.
Yeah. We got additional on the voir dire. Voir dire apparently happened. So we were all asking. Every single person was asking because it was the weirdest voir dire I've ever seen, like, publicized. There were no questions asked. Nothing was happening. But apparently what was actually happening was they were taking them back in chambers and asking questions in chambers in front of both counsel. Both counsel knew. This was the brother of one of the first responding officers who had the dog cop that was on scene, who quite literally shows up, says nothing to do here, and then like gets out of there. Both attorneys questioned, signed off on it. So any appeal issue that would be there is waived.
It's gone.
I can't see. I would bounce that guy in a hot second.
It was a very weird jury selection process. Like, yes, it was like our federal courts in some federal courts where you can't individually ask the jurors questions, but I felt like the defense agreed so quickly and easily to that jury. And this was another thing. Yeah, Ian, this is mind blowing, right? Like, you would never agree to a brother of an officer that's involved in the case, especially, how about this? Let me add this on, Ian. One of your theories of the case is SLED sucks and the investigation was totally screwed up and the cops didn't do what they were supposed to do. Like, that's
that guy's going to be in the back room convincing the jury about just how good SLED is, and talking about,
I can pick apart that a little bit too. Like, that's the other thing. This was a deputy for the county. This wasn't SLED, and stadies and county guys don't often. I know in Virginia.
Oh no, they'll.
I know they will.
I don't care. Stand with cops.
I get they'll stand with cops. I don't know. For me, it goes back to why the defense didn't bounce him. They had peremptories left. As I recall, I think they had a few.
I mean, that's a bounce for cause if I've ever heard one.
Oh, I think the judge would have struck him. I think the judge would have absolutely struck him if the defense wanted to. I don't think you can leave that guy on. I mean, that's just. I mean, the guy actually testified, they said, right?
Yeah, he was one of the first ones there.
Yeah,
he was the first. I think he was one of the first officers on the scene.
Yeah, you can't be having that as even if he didn't say much. It's like he's a state witness. He's going to be coming early on, talking about the investigation that I'm about to tear apart. Like, there's just no way. I don't care if they're from different agencies. I don't care if they hate each other, if they were on rival baseball teams growing up. Like, there's just no way that I am agreeing to that. Like,
I mean.
Yeah, there is no universe in which that is acceptable to me.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, Ian, chat. I mean, take it easy. I didn't make the call. I didn't ask the questions. I didn't have
get out of here. Stick to family law, Rob.
I didn't have the perimeter. I wasn't in the room. I didn't make that call. The defense attorneys did. They were there. I've questioned a lot of the calls that were being made throughout this trial, the defense attorneys. I don't know why the hell in the first cross-examination of one of the witnesses, they start asking questions about whether they thought Alex Murdaugh was capable of doing something like this. Why are you opening that door at all? Why are you even showing the little bit of light in the crack beneath? Like, why even go anywhere near that if you have this?
I think there was, Rob, same reason you put the fake binder up there. I think there was some gamesmanship, and I don't think that opened the door to the financial crimes. I really don't see how it did. Like, how does that show he's capable of murder? But what do you guys think the chances of success on appeal for Alec Murdaugh?
Once he took the stand, substantially less.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real hard sell.
The idea
jury verdicts are always hard to overturn on appeal.
Yep. Single digit percentages, less than 10%.
And I get the idea that they're trying to pigeonhole this and say that he was forced to take the stand.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I get that they're trying to do that, but having done enough of these and seen enough of the opinions come back from the Court of Appeals, at least in Virginia, I don't care how hard you try to pigeonhole that. The courts of appeals routinely, they hate taking up cases that are controversial. They hate it. They don't want to help Alec Murdaugh. Deal with it. I'll tell you that right now. Care about it. They literally would do anything they can to bounce any case they have in front of them if it means they don't have to write an opinion or take a controversial stance.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't want to help him out. That's for sure. If the appeal is successful, do they have to retry him if he pleads the financial crimes? That's up to them. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I would never brought this case in the first place. Go try the financial crimes, convict him of 99 financial crimes, throw him in jail forever. They wanted their pound of flesh. So if he wins on appeal, they probably would try to retry him. I don't know.
They really don't like him. Really don't like him.
And it seems like Marjorie might not like you guys that much, that she was expecting Harry and Meghan.
Sorry, you're
that hurts my feelings. Like,
that would have really
been
right now. Yeah, that would have been some kind of conversation there. Let's see what else we got here. Go ahead.
Also, coming second to those two is is rough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not on my list either. Do you guys think Kohberger will plead? Idaho.
I don't think so. So far, it doesn't look like it.
I agree, but we don't know what they have, but it doesn't seem like they have a slam dunk case at this point. But we'll see based on what they gathered if it gets better.
I mean, look at the trials we have. You have Baldwin. If he doesn't plead, he's not going to plead to that. Baldwin's going. Not. That's going. At least on the lesser offenses.
I don't know. You can't see him pleading to something lesser, like
he does
negligent handling of a firearm.
He took too much. He has taken. If he pleads, that's a loss for him. He has taken too much of a hardline position. He's not going to do it. At least my prediction, based on what you've seen in the media as far as his portrayal of his actions that day,
I don't see how he can back out from.
The Sean Watson stuff at all.
Some of it, yeah. Is he booted? Did he get? Isn't he up in free agency right now?
No. Yeah, actually, the opposite. Rob, welcome to the NFL. He signed a fully guaranteed $250 million deal with the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, awesome!
The richest guaranteed deal of all time.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, and this was last year, 2 years ago. He was suspended for a full year and then ended up, or actually not a full year. He was suspended for most of the year last year and then ended up playing. But what's interesting is Rusty Hardin was his lawyer. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's like a very famous, celebrity defense lawyer. I have rarely seen a lawyer come out as hard as he came out. Alec Baldwin's lawyers are as well, about how he didn't do this. He's not paying him a dime. These people are all looking for money. Ian, if you don't follow the case, very weird. NFL star quarterback was basically getting happy endings from all these individual private massage therapists that he would reach out to on Instagram. They claimed foul play on his part and, inappropriate behavior on his part, basically filed a bunch of lawsuits with a high profile plaintiff's lawyer. Denied.
Plaintiff's lawyer played some games with getting people like that. There were games on both sides of that.
Oh, big time. Like using the media big time. Both of these lawyers like to get in front of the cameras. And guess what happened? Exactly what everybody expected to happen. A bunch of settlements. Just a bunch of settlements. He didn't clear his name. None of that garbage that he said he was going to do. And so I could just think of it as, now dropping the gun enhancement is a big difference, because I think if he's looking at 5 years minimum mandatory, that changes a lot. But for Baldwin, if he can plead to some misdemeanor gun charge, no prison time, whatever, maybe. But you're saying you don't think it's worth the risk based on his posturing.
I'm putting that on
I will
his
bet
ego.
that they've already made him that offer.
Okay.
To take the same deal that that what's his name took. And I bet he turned it down because, I mean, for Baldwin, it is 100% that he's got his entire career on the line here. You know, he needs to be 100% cleared of this. But I mean, if I was, based on what's already come out, if I was making a movie, there's no way I would be considering putting a gun in his hand. So,
or being on his set ever.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
But he won't.
You think he has a chance to win?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't think he should, but I think he's got a chance to win.
What do you think his defense would be?
I'm just an actor, and it was the responsibility of everyone around me. And even though I blew off my safety training and so forth, it was their responsibility. They said cold gun. I listened to them. Sure, I pointed a gun at somebody in contravention of the safety rules and pulled the trigger multiple times. But you know, it's somebody else's fault. And I think a jury might accept it.
Yeah, but I'm also looking forward to one specific moment in this trial. And the prosecutor already previewed it in the probable cause. When the prosecutor came out with that PC affidavit in support of the indictment, there was a statement of he was on the phone during safety briefings. And you know damn well they're not putting that in there if they don't have the phone records, because he turned his phone over eventually to back it up. I'm waiting for that one moment in trial where it's like, so safety meeting was happening here and you were on the phone for 45 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes throughout the entire safety meeting. Either way, I think he's roasted at trial. He's roasted if he pleads. I don't know that there's a good out for him based on his own statements. It's him. It's his hubris.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a battle of the experts. That's what I think. And it's going to come down to who has the experts that explain the more common sense, plausible thing of what an actor is supposed to do in that situation with the safety training, with the cold gun call, with the whatever. What is your actual duty in that situation? What are actors supposed to do? I could literally see it going either way. I mean, I really could see it going either way. I don't have a confident feel on that one. I think it's going to depend on which expert. And again, Alec Baldwin, what do you think? You think he's going to take the stand? I'd put a lot of money on yes.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. And if they do believe him, then I think that's going to be, you know, a big shout for him. A ton of new members tonight. And that's because Nicole Wheeler apparently gifted 50 memberships, which is insane.
Whoa.
Yeah, she is.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. She sent some of the coolest golf shirts I've gotten as well. It's wild. Somebody else talked about when the charity tournaments come in, Rob. We'll have to throw that up eventually. We're still working on that. That seems like that's taking almost as long as the other stuff that we had planned to reveal today.
Take it easy. You know, we just hit our second winter here in DC. I don't know if you guys have this in Florida, but we have false spring, second winter, and then just
dinner.
Armageddon.
Oh, it's so cute that you guys think you get winter.
Listen,
I don't want to hear it from you. It
was 83 today. Okay. I was sweating walking to my car after work. It was literally 83 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You could be here playing golf, Rob. I mean,
I could be.
You could
I also have a law firm
instead of dealing with
needs my attention. I have a law firm that needs my attention. And Murdaugh, I did not expect to be covering that trial.
Oh my gosh. And how long it lasted is just wild to think about. Wild.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. For the kids, congrats on 200K, Peter. You need to play L&D to join Gimlet and Glitterblade. I don't know what that is.
Lawyers and Dragons.
I'll let Ian handle
that's
that
like
one.
A playoff Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played it. I've just seen it in Stranger Things. So that's my entire experience with Dungeons. That's what they play, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can be a golfer rogue with a bedazzled golf ball that shoots fireballs. Also, do you like books? I do like books. I'm not a big fiction book guy. I pretty much only like books. It's kind of like a weird thing that I have. I only like to read and take that time if I feel like I'm adding to or learning something or whatever. So I know it's not really fun. I never read like the Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. I like all the movies, but people that are real into that stuff say the books are like a million times better. Are you into books, Ian?
I used to be. It's hard to get into reading when you're when you do law and you have to read so much for work. And then it's like, oh, now I'm going to sit down with a book. It's like, I used to love this, but now I've just had to read like 60 cases this week.
What's sad is that's an inside joke for the kids, because for the kids,
the Lawyers and Dragons thing.
No, she sends books.
Oh,
and they're books like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen you guys talk about this stuff before. Yeah,
they're books like that.
Okay.
So if you like books, Peter, I'm pretty sure that there's probably a few books that will be sent your direction.
Okay. Hey, I mean, YouTube is a wild world. You know, I mean, it's a wild world, and we're just here for the ride. All right. So hold on. We have a request here for me to put this here. Let me put a question up here for you guys to answer, so I can we already kind of answered that one.
Oh, and to the chat, I already read that book. I read it, and it was.
So Lori wants to know if the defendant listening at sidebars is normal in your jurisdictions. This is happening in Orlando, apparently, like where the defendant actually comes up with the lawyers at sidebar.
Interesting. I could see that they might have an entitlement to hear that information. Not that they would want to, but I could see how they would make the argument that they're entitled to hear what the judge is saying.
Where I am, they don't really do sidebars. They kick the jury out every time there's an objection. And in part, that's because the accused does have a right to hear all of the arguments and the rulings against them. So
yeah, I don't know if I've ever had a defendant actually do it. Most judges will allow it in the state courtrooms where I'm at, especially if it's not a. I don't know what trial you're talking about. If this is like the murder trial, that would be more unusual, because usually if someone is accused of a violent crime, then they would not be able to move around the courtroom. But a DUI defendant or something like that, they would let come up and listen to the sidebars. Have you guys heard of this Jared Bridgen? Reminds me of Dan Markel. Did you guys hear about the Dan Markel case?
No, tell me
Florida
that
State
one.
law professor that was executed, and a lot of it points back to his ex-wife's prominent family, but it was wild. And it was actually while I was right after I was there, and just the most wild thing, that could happen. It's crazy.
So Bridegan's the what is Bridegan is the Jared Bridegan is the victim?
I don't know. Based on that, I don't know. Dan Markel's the victim.
Interesting.
All right. Congrats on 200K. Our family and jurors is one of the best. I look forward to our time together each night. Thanks, Rob and Ian, for joining our party. Why do lawyers use yellow legal pads? Is there a purpose?
They're cheap.
I tried with the white legal pads for a while. The contrast. You look at a white legal pad for long enough, it burns your eyes.
I don't know the answer to this, except I would just assume the longer piece of paper, the legal pads, we can write more on each piece of paper. But I don't know. I like them.
The yellow ones I always just got because they were cheap, and you can buy a whole bunch of them for not much.
Yeah, I mean, again, I probably use my iPad and stuff to take notes more now than yellow legal pads. I know it's just a non-lawyerly thing to say. I know.
Don't understand
man. I hear
how.
You.
I don't get it. Do you have like because I have a smart pen that I use for like this thing. I've got
dysgraphia, so I'm bad at handwriting. I bring a laptop.
Yeah, that's what I would prefer, and that's what I work with, is a laptop plugged into like a docking station and stuff now. And I prefer to take my laptop everywhere I can, possibly just to have them saved. We have a practice management software that you can save everything in and attach it to the file and all that, and it's just so much harder with handwritten notes. So if I have a digital copy, I just have it in there, and then anybody can read it. My law clerk can read it, paralegal, whatever, other lawyers. It just makes it so much easier to save everything and keep track of everything as we grow. And like I have a couple of older lawyers at my firm and they still take handwritten notes, and I'm like, where is it? And I walk in their office and it probably looks like Rob, where he slides the piece of
Take it
paper
easy.
behind a specific piece of
Take it-
paper and he knows
take it
exactly where it
easy.
is, but nobody else does. That's all I was thinking when you were telling me where you keep a specific loose sheet of paper. And I'm like, that just makes my head spin, where it's like nobody else would ever be able to find this if they were assisting Rob. But Rob's like, I know exactly where it is, exactly where I want this individual piece of paper.
You know what? And that's why I practice in a practice that's me and my law partner. And these are my cases. They're my cases.
I hear you, man. I hear you. That's what makes, I think that's what makes law and lawyers so fun too, is you can literally do it however you want. You can pick what you like doing. If you're a private lawyer, you can pick the cases you want to work on and the cases you don't want to work on. It's a pretty cool profession, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Either you guys had this lemon perfect water?
No, but I've heard you talk about it like 9 million times.
So I don't feel like I even talked about it that much. I just drank it, and then everybody started talking about it, and they sent the same email back like, we will look in to see if he fits with our brand. Like, I don't know. I guess true crime is not their brand, but this is my favorite flavor right now. Peach raspberry, as Kat Yarb asked. It's pretty good. I don't promote it for any health reasons, because I don't know, there could be like poison in it, but it tastes good. Okay, let's see. Nicholas asked if we're surprised the Amber Heard stuff is still going on. I assume he means the insurance stuff.
I mean, I expected the insurance lawsuits would be going on. I'm just surprised that people are still fighting over it on Twitter.
Yeah, not me. I'm not making any tweets about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
No.
Let's see here.
Now, you said you were likely to go for an hour, and I think that's a massive underestimate, but that's what I ended up scheduling my
that is my goal.
thing.
So here's what I will say. I am going to run through these super chats. Ian can go prepare for his, and if John is able, we'll do a redirect to Ian's if we have that link. And I'm going to burn through these super chats and questions as quickly as I can. The second giveaway we're going to do is, I'm going to tell you where we're at subscriber count wise now. We are at 210,105 subscribers. So whoever guesses the closest amount in the chat when we end the video will get the second Yeti. And that'll be it. So it's just random. You know where we're at now. So whoever guesses the exact amount when it's all said and done is going to get the second Yeti. So if you have to bounce, either or both of you, thank you so much for coming.
I should bounce, but congratulations again. And
thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I look forward to seeing more growth from your channel, because I know you're going to be skyrocketing up there, and B, watching your commentary, because you're one of the best out there. So it's well deserved, and congratulations.
I appreciate it, man. Oh, we didn't talk Crumblies. I don't know if you've heard of that, if you've seen that case, but I think, Ian, that would be a good one for you to look into.
Which one is that?
The parents of a school shooter.
Yes.
It's guns. There's some gun differences here in our law and there. And if we're going to now be able to prosecute parents in these situations, how that's going to kind of affect the process. I mean, I'm here for any deterrence, but it just seems interesting that they would take that next step. So I know there's going to be some questions in here, and some people talked about Crumblies, and we've been following it because it's an interesting legal discussion on the parent's responsibility for a school shooter kid that's a teenager that takes the gun. So it's interesting.
I will definitely be checking that one out, but I've got to run, got to get things set up. I will see you guys.
Redirect is set, by the way. So when we finish here, the redirect will be going to Ian's channel. So we got that set up.
See you.
All right. See you, man. All right, Rob, you hanging or you bouncing?
I'm going to hang for a bit. We'll see if we have any questions that need a little bit.
Yes. Gents, is there anything you took away from the AM trial that you'll add to your lawyer tool bag? I'm curious, as we never stop learning. Anything you're gonna bring from it?
I tell you, the one thing that caught me off guard, the real-time transcription of the sidebars. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you can get that. You can order real-time court reporters. It's mega expensive.
But did you see like the iPads that were on their counsel table? Like, so when they went up to argue, that was wild to me.
The only time I've ever seen that and done that is with jury selection. So you can actually get the jurors' responses in real time. So when you're arguing for cause or arguing for, a cause challenge, and they're like, all the time, what happens is they didn't say that. I didn't hear them say that. And so when we have the real-time court reporting, it can be used for that. I would say the one thing I learned was a relearning of the same lesson that jury selection is the most important part of trial. Because these jurors were dismissing everything the defense said and buying into the state. That happens in every trial. The side that they start to believe, every piece of evidence, they will see that way. And it happens in our trials too. So you pick the right jury. You pick a jury that's going to understand what your client went through, understand who your client is and what they're trying to accomplish here and how to make them whole in a civil trial. They will be with you. And even if there's some nuanced stuff that may be bad, they're not going to hammer your client on it. Now, if they go the other way, it can go bad for you. That's what I learned. Cargo pilot, how do I contact you about touring a 747 freighter currently in Germany, but we can schedule a tour months in advance? LawyerYouKnow@gmail.com. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not really sure what all that entails, but it seems interesting. Nicholas, as lawyers, when you finish a case, are you able to move on right away, or does it stay with you a while? For me, it depends on the case, but also it's tough to just do one case. Usually at night, I'm looking through my practice management software at the other cases, make sure everything's moving and appropriate with them, talking to my paralegal and my partners about other cases. But I probably would say I enjoy it over the weekend, and then Monday I'm back at it. What about you?
It depends. The ones that hit me the most are the ones where it's set to go for like 2 or 3 days, and then I show up and we settle on the courthouse steps. It happens super often. Honestly, it's probably one of the best outcomes you can get is a settlement right there before trial, because both parties are under the pressure of going to trial. They're both more willing to compromise. But when that settles like that, you've had this 3 days that's been blocked off in your calendar, and you've been emotionally and mentally amped up for this trial. There's a big fatigue that comes after those. Yeah.
No, I mean, usually when we settle at the courthouse steps in my cases, it's a good result. So I'm down for that. Megan, the Trace Legal Migos. I have always valued your input and your viewpoints while navigating this LawTube space. Honored to be a part of the 200K. Congrats, Peter. Thank you. Congrats, Lawyer You Know. Watch you every day. Always fair. Ron and Ian are my all-time favorites. FNF forever. Captain Ron. Do you remember that movie, Captain Ron? That was like
I do. Oh my gosh, what a great movie.
Krista, congrats on 200K. Love the stories. We haven't done a 200 or a story time and maybe ever on this channel, so this has been fun. Nikki, congrats. P found Law Nerds YouTube from Depp trial. You guys are my faves. Hate days with no lives. What's the next big trial? Love your award, Ian from NS Canada. Get more hot sauce from Maritime Pay. Is that what that would be?
PEI, yeah.
Okay. The next one for me is probably Sarah Boone, and then we have the Lori Vallow trial in Idaho. Have you watched that at all?
No, but people have been asking me to kind of take a look at that, because apparently the issues are super sensitive, and people are like, would you mind taking a look? And I'm like, okay.
They are.
So I'll
it's
probably take a look at that.
No cameras in the courtroom now, though. The judge decided.
That's what I've seen.
Danielle, congrats on 210. While I don't get to participate in the chat because I should be working, I love hearing your take along with everyone's questions. Thank you for all you do. Ellen, hi guys. Congratulations, Peter, on 200K. Congratulations, Runkle, for the Gundy. And Rob, I know you lost the tie, but you have a great friend. You law guys are great. Thank you, Roxy. Stina, Rob needs a maker's mark on his projects. I agree.
I gotta figure one out.
But you know what's going to be even better now that he's going to start doing this in the future? I'm going to have one that doesn't have it. So it's like even cooler before he started signing his stuff. Telling you.
Pre-serial number.
I can turn anything into something good, okay? I just got to figure out the angle. That's it. Great job, Rob. It's beautiful. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Heather, YouTube silver plaque. Close, but not quite. Sherry and Oreo, Rob, you are awesome. Yes, he is. It is so cool to see people make stuff. Like, I've got a good buddy that's a general contractor that's done some work on my house, and I'm like, it's so cool. Like what you can literally do with your hands. And I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. KJ, congrats on 200K. Peter, are you planning to cover the Charles Adelson case? Probably. Do you have something you made back there?
No, I have some Ian made.
Oh, let's see it. John, U.S. Supreme Court is clear that post-arrest silence can't be used against you. I think they win that appeal. Doyle v. U.S. thoughts, since AM didn't have to tell law enforcement where he went after Paul's video. Congrats. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know how to do that stuff. Yeah, there you go. That is really cool.
So Ian does leatherworking, so he bought me that hatchet and then made the cover for it.
That's really cool.
So that's his talent.
So he makes all the markings in that and stuff too?
And he stitched it. So he cut it, dyed it, stitched it, made the entire case.
That is amazing. Like the detail on that is
and
wild.
He complains. So Maker's Marks, he complains. So every time I give this to him or he sees it, he complains about this dropped stitch here. And I keep telling him it's one of those things that makes it personal and real and something that he made.
And handmade. Like, I mean, that to me makes it look even cooler, like legitimately handmade. Like a lot of stuff you can tell is not. And I think that's really cool. Janet, Rob, that is such a nice gift. You rock. A lot of that. A lot of the Rob makes a nice play wooden play button. Runkle is Murdaugh, the Oland of Canada. I don't know what that means. Sorry, we missed that one while Runkle was on. Juliana, really love your work here. Made me consider going into law. Much love from Brazil. Do you get a lot of those questions? Because I do.
I do.
Is it too late to go into law? I'm like,
never. The number of people who have said that they've gone back to go paralegal training or et cetera. Those are probably some of the coolest messages I've ever gotten. Or when people say, I thought I couldn't do this. I now love this. I realize that I have loved this forever. Thank you.
Yeah. And some of my best friends in law school was second career and they crushed. And I mean, it's regardless of what your job is too, having a law degree can help in so many different areas, which I think is always interesting. Vez, after my class this morning, I stay with some students talking about cases for 2 hours. Law is fun. Congrats, Peter, for 200K. It is. I had a guy come to my office talking to me about something, a nonprofit that he works for. And we talked about Murdaugh for like the first 20 minutes. Cause he was like, oh, this is so cool. I was watching this, talking about that. Kia, do you think with the video, Sarah Boone claims battered spouse? Yes, consequences, but she could have left and called for help. Congrats on 200K. I think it's going to be a tough case for Sarah Boone.
I can't see how she gets around it. I just listened to those interviews.
It's tough. It's definitely tough. Thank you, Azam. Johanna, do you guys know Rob's other amazing talent? I have a feeling there's an inside joke in here, or do you want to tell us? I
don't know. Woodworking.
Maybe she means lawyering. Maybe she means lawyering. That's his other amazing talent. Because she didn't say hidden. She just said amazing talent.
Yeah.
Greg Hall Art. So who plays each of you in a movie? Congrats. You guys tell us in the chat.
Yeah.
You tell us.
That's up to you guys, not me.
Yeah, exactly. Bryce, thank you for the super chat, man. Love listening to your perspective. Evening finishing up my own case for a fraud case against my builder for forging my draws on construction. They stole $580K. I advanced for the build. Curious if you've ever been curious to review viewers' cases. Congrats on 200K. So Bryce, I have had the experience of handling 2 construction defect cases. And there were some issues with paying subs and incorrect liens and things like that in this case. Very early on in my career for somebody who was basically a family member of mine. It was a pretty good result. It was so brutal. It was the most miserable case probably I've ever handled in my career. 25 lawyers showed up to every deposition. Scheduling was an absolute nightmare. Everybody had deep pockets, so everybody just wanted to fight about everything. My client was super nice, did everything the right way, still gets dragged in, and just had to pay and pay and pay for months and months and months. It was miserable. I have reviewed a ton of viewers' cases, but I do limit them to personal injury, which is what I practice, what I focus on, what my CLEs are in, what I feel like is my expertise and what I like handling. I don't want to look at a case like this and not know whatever the proper rules are, whatever the statutes are that are in place that might apply for whatever the jurisdiction is, and point somebody in the wrong direction. So I do like to limit it to what I focus on. I assume, Rob, you're the same way. You just limit stuff you would talk about to family law.
Yeah, family law I limit to the jurisdiction. So family law, I'll talk to people about Virginia specific cases, but I will get these cases, construction especially when it comes to bankruptcy, the number of cases where
Oh,
either the
interesting.
general or the sub goes into bankruptcy and you're doing clawback litigation. That kind of stuff comes up quite a bit. And I have had quite a few of those cases because they end up being pretty heavily litigated because of this specific reason. Draws that are going out, money in is so frequent that you end up litigating over where that money is properly placed in a bankruptcy case.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Rosalind, you guys are the best. So proud of how you support each other. I even started my own channel, started with dog videos just to practice. Congrats and keep up the good work. This is also cool too when you see people
That's
that are
awesome.
like starting their own YouTube channels, and it's like it's literally just fun and nobody even really knows like what's going to come of it, and you just do something you enjoy and it's just a hobby and it's fun.
Yep.
Rich Cat, blessed to know you and everyone here, Peter. Congratulations on 200K. You're the reason this channel is so great. Thanks. I'm only 208K behind you. Hey, I think like not for you, Rob, but like the first 1,000 seemed harder than 200,000. It's like you sit there and there's 12 people watching and it's hard to get that first growth. Again, unlike Rob, for most of us, that's much harder than it feels like. This growth has just seemed so fun to get to know more people and see more people in the chat.
Yeah.
Rob just had to flip the switch.
Hey,
Ranger fan.
let me give a spin on that one, because the
All
thing
right.
is, it's not easy to when you are covering one specific case. What I'll tell you is when that case stops, it's not easy to figure out the voice you have and what you want to cover and what you want to go from that. Like, yes, you have a platform, but there's also an expectation. It's not easy. I will say it's very different. It's fun, but it's still a lot of work.
So I think that I get what you're saying. So when you grind it out and you're doing something a specific way, you feel confident in kind of that structure, and you had to figure out like what your structure was because you weren't going to be doing a demonstration every single video, obviously. So you had to figure out like kind of what structure worked for you. But I think the point is people like hearing from you,
Oh yeah,
hanging out with you in the chats, and that's really, what it's about. And I think that's what a lot of these channels do turn into. I mean, the specific content, the specific cases is always cool, and that's what we'll focus on. That's what I like. I like coming on with a purpose. That's why a lot of times I don't have a lot of people on my channel, not because I don't want to or not because I don't like having people on my channel, but I know the video, I mean, like Ian's right. I was trying to do an hour. It's already an hour and 15 minutes. We're going to go at least another 15 minutes. It's like, we just want to hang out and talk, and it's really fun. I usually come on with a purpose, get to the point, knock out the discussion, answer the questions, and then shut it down. So I think there's different vibes with each video that you do. And I know sometimes your Friday ones can go really long because you guys start hanging out, talking about all sorts of stuff, telling stories. And that's, I think, what it's about is just the different kind of, it's like different TV shows, different styles, different stuff that people enjoy. Boy Mom, strong no to this one. Would AM have an ineffective assistance of counsel claim, and could AM get post-conviction relief?
Nope.
There's no way that he had ineffective assistance of counsel. Ronell, Peter, how do you know that you're doing a great job? Me setting an alarm for 3 a.m. in the morning to watch your live stream in South Africa.
That's cool.
Thank you for your effort. Appreciate it big time. Ronell, you're the real MVP. Steph, we need a LawTube meet and greet, maybe a charity benefit with Pete, Rob, Runkle, EDB, James from Court, etc. Congrats, Pete. You get my first ever super chat. Thank you, Steph.
That's awesome.
We got to set something like up. Aren't there like these YouTube things people go to? Like.
See, I'm looking at my calendar, and I've got basically the entire month of April, except for the end of April, and then all of May kind of open for weekends when I can fly down and play a couple rounds of golf.
Well, that's easy. You just tell me when you're going to be here, and I'll get them scheduled, and it's on me. Cheryl, greetings from the Animal Kingdom Lodge at Disney World. That's nice. Love seeing all you guys together. You're the best. Jerry, I wish I had folks that I could have these conversations with. Jerry, you're here.
You're here
for this one. Lynn, this was weird to have witnesses saying things like the last guy testified to, weird trial behavior, witnesses hearing other testimony. I have never had a case where the rule of sequestration was not invoked, so it was kind of strange for me too. Corina, got the three of us together tonight. Heidi, congratulations, Peter. I love being here. Congrats, Runkle, for winning in Texas. Maggie's nail tech spoke on court TV, talks on divorce, didn't end up testifying. Thoughts? I think if she was had credible and admissible testimony, the state would have put her on. and they didn't. I think there's a reason for it, potentially.
Yep.
Patty, Alec does know more. Remember in his frantic 911 call, he said, I should have known. Defendant feels like it was related to bad people I definitely feel like it was related to bad people he was involved with. Janet, his body cam ran for 30 minutes taking all the shells, said EA1 only had shot to the back of the head, spoke of Unalive, but
I think
unalive.
that's the officer on the scene. The first
the
officer,
brother or cousin or whatever of the okay, I got you. Can AM claim bad defense about the juror since they didn't object? No, Kim, he waived that when his lawyers did not object to that juror being on. Jamie, the judge's official order on allowing the financial crimes did not mention open the door doctrine, only mentioned 3 legal tests. Why is that? He said they opened the door prior. Then when he made the actual ruling, he ruled that it's allowed to come in. Then he said they opened the door, even though he ruled initially that the side of the road incident was a bridge too far. He said they opened the door to that because they were like walking with fire, not wanting to get burned or something like that, right? It was something to that effect. All right, Sherry, I sent Peter my jury saga via Twitter. Since 1985, I've only been summoned 3 times and made it to an alternate once. Jury selection fascinates me. It's a wild part of the trial. It's really interesting. Sure. Be kind. Congratulations, Peter. So much not known and that we'll never know about the AM trial. Maybe you will all live long enough to do it on Trials of the Century. That would be wild, Rob. Like 20 years from now.
I already said hard pass. Hard pass. Hard pass. I'm not retrying this trial.
It was long enough, right? I mean, we got to get out all of our thoughts on it. Sydney, are you covering the Satterfield case next month? We'll see what comes out about it. If some stuff comes out, then I'll probably talk about it, but I'm not just going to cover it just to cover it. We'll see what actually happens. Whiskey, Clearwater, Florida, proud dog, our Tampa boy on 200K. Always good to see Runkle and Wood Daddy Stacks. Keep it up. Just less 5 times speed. LOL. Hey, this was on slow speed tonight, Whiskey. Thank you. Kathy, anyone covering the Daybell trial? Yes. Just Lori Vallow's going in April. Chad's getting continued. They were just separated. Lori's supposed to start trial on April 3rd. Yes, that'll be interesting. Stephanie, congrats on 200K people to all you guys. What's been the biggest surprise with having a YouTube channel? How much time do you put in each week? Really appreciate all I have learned from you guys. I think we kind of talked about the surprises, but how much time would you say you put in each week?
Ever increasing. I think last week with the Murdaugh, you're talking 20, 30 hours on addition to regular like lawyer hours. So, usually I'm throwing 60 to 70 hours a week with the law job. Yeah, it was a lot. There wasn't a lot of sleep.
Yeah. So I listen to the trials when they're going on 2 times speed during the day and like 2-hour blocks here and there. So I don't know if I would consider that extra time because I can do that while I work. I love to. I used to listen to a ton of podcasts. I talked about this all the time. How I've golfed less, and like sports stuff, fantasy football, all of that stuff has taken a hit since the YouTube stuff has started cranking up because I listen to it so much more instead of podcasts and stuff now. I would say a couple hours a day, maybe two extra hours a day of prep and actually doing the videos and then listening to them while I work. That's what I would say. Something like that. Stephanie Coker is also a nonfiction kind of person. Everyone thinks I'm weird. Yeah. My wife is a huge fiction reader. Huge. Did we talk? You told me how she was telling the joke, but are you a fiction reader, Rob, or nonfiction or none?
I read both.
Okay. What's your favorite book?
I'm a big, my dad, his favorite author was Vince Flynn. He loved Mitch Rapp. And when he and I would talk about those series, every time it would come out, we would read the new book. When he passed, I still read all those books that like the day they come out. And I still love that series more than anything.
That's awesome. Carmen, we need EDB here, boys, to balance the feed. So I did talk to Emily. It's her son's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So she wasn't able to come, but we did talk about doing something in the future where we kind of just talk cases, law, life, stuff like that. So I think her and I are going to do that at some point. I know you guys have had her on Rob's channel a ton, and she's awesome. I mean, she's super smart, and I think she adds a ton to the conversation. She does a really good job. Obviously, I mean, I'm not breaking any news with that. Storybook, also mock trial with EDB, Rob, Runkle, you, and your dad. That would be funny.
That'd be fun.
Karina, where is Papa Tragos? Is he proud to hit the big 200K? Yes. And we'll have him on again. He's in North Carolina enjoying some vacation, but he'll be on more for sure in the future. Myra, I'm a registered vet tech, and I would totally expect to be held accountable if I gave an injection that killed a pet that was handed to me if I didn't verify what it was or what dose it was. Alec is partly responsible. But I do think there's a difference between civil responsibility and criminal responsibility. And I do think it's just going to come down to what the jury believes his duty was.
Mm-hmm.
Taco, would the appellate court take into account all the outstanding charges against Alex? Congrats on 200K. Nice close for the prosecution last week. So I did a little, I don't know if you saw that one. I did a little talk through what I would have kind of argued if I was a prosecutor. Everybody's like, how are you still not guilty after this? I don't understand how you don't just listen to yourself. I was like, there's still reasonable doubt to me. Taco was one of them. Would the appellate court's not going to take into account the outstanding charges? They're just going to look at this case. Brooklyn, thoughts on the gag orders to mitigate info that reaches a jury? Law's always playing catch up when it comes to tech society. Thanks, guys. Cheers to 200K. What do you think about that in Idaho? The gag orders. Have you seen that?
Gag orders can be worse. Gag orders can be worse. Because here's the thing, with a gag order, you can't gag the entire media. The media is going to speculate. And with the Koberger case in Idaho, what you see a hell of a lot of speculation. People are pulling in every single person left, right, and center who has no knowledge of the facts. They're speculating based on interviews and different things. And that's kind of in part due to the gag order. So you have a lot of prejudicial information out there that might not be valid or verified, and it still prejudices the jury pool. So I don't know that gag orders are the way to fix it.
Yeah, I agree. And they've heard my kind of thoughts on that. T-Mac, what, if anything, do y'all think will be done about the cops being in AM's back pocket? It's kind of obvious he had some, just saying, well, it didn't work here. Right? Yep. It definitely didn't work here. Pascal, Randy said that AM never looked for the killers. He made phone calls. AM didn't, in line with Maggie's sister's statement. So you're telling me your thoughts. I got to be honest, when I was reading that, it wasn't a direct quote where he said AM wasn't. It was kind of just like inferred based on the person doing the report. So I don't really know if I feel as confident about it if it didn't come from his mouth specifically. Jesse Sue, what are your thoughts on the things that they've gathered in the search warrant on Koberger's home, car, and person? Did you see that recently?
I did, but again, how do you view it? You don't have the reports, you don't have the analysis, you just have different things. I mean, I've made the comment, give me your cell phone. Someone give me your cell phone. I'm a litigator. I can make you a saint or a sinner, depending on the day and the context. So we just don't know what it means.
I agree. Elise just finished serving 3 weeks as a juror on a med mal case, Supreme Court in New York City. The lawyers stayed for 2 hours talking to me after we closed. Cannot wait to tell you about it. I cannot wait to hear about it.
That's cool.
There's nothing more fascinating than that. The actual decision makers. I love when jurors come out and talk. I think it's really interesting. Now, if I was a prosecutor, I would not want it. After my conviction, I'd be like, nah, just go home. Thank you for doing your duty. Amy Beth, what are your feelings on alimony? All three. Well, you're just going to get Rob, the expert on it.
It's such a fact-specific case, and it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. We had a CLE once where there were 7 judges that sat up on the dais, and we were asking them questions, and we gave them all a hypothetical, the exact same hypothetical of a marriage that lasted for 20 years, to some effect, both employed at certain times. And we asked the judges, tell us what you would order for alimony. And the answers varied from $0 to $2,000 a month, indefinite duration. So for any attorney that says they can predict alimony in a state that doesn't have like actual absolute guidelines, I mean, talk to an attorney in your jurisdiction. It varies so substantially.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about it, man. I've seen some stories where it seems totally unfair and others where it seems like it makes sense. So it's tough. I don't live in that world. So GC question, going back to the anti-freeze retrial. I didn't watch it. Did you? Why would the defense prosecution both be okay with a juror staying on that knew a prosecution witness who was known con man? Juror's sister was ex-wife or ex of witness. That's a decision they probably knew a lot more about than we did, and they both made that conscious decision as the lawyer to leave them on. Anna, I know the article said the D had another strike, but I listened to it again, and the P said D was out of strikes on the juror before 82. They had a sidebar. They were kicked. Law and crime at 216. Well, what you have to do to protect yourself for appeal is ask for another strike or argue that that's a cause strike. I mean, I would think the judge would strike that juror for cause if he's related to somebody that's going to be testifying against the defendant.
And if that motion was made and denied and we just don't know about it, that's another fact that might change some of the analysis for the appeal.
Absolutely. Edward, how much did visiting the site of the murders impact the jury? It seems like it impacted it positively for the prosecution. What do you think?
They said as much.
Stephanie, some fun questions. What's y'all's fave bands? Ian, what spicy food should Peter try and eat with his Lemon Perfect? Rob, what woodworking project should Peter try with his kids? I'm not going to cut off my fingers or their fingers. Peter, what's the best golf for Ian in Canada? So Cabot Cliffs, I had a trip planned to Cabot Cliffs. COVID year got canceled, but I am going to get up there and play Cabot at some point. What's your favorite band? We'll go with that.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, nice. I have a friend whose favorite band is Red Hot Chili Peppers, and it's hilarious that that's her favorite band. And it's just, it makes you like know something about somebody when they love the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
So
she went to a concert here. It's awesome. No, they're awesome.
I did a stint as an intern for Judge Frusciante in South Florida, who is the father of Flea.
It's so awesome.
It's awesome. I love Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Mine, I would say, is like Dave Matthews Band, John Mayer. Right now, it's Surfaces. I don't know if you've heard of Surfaces. Yeah, that's probably my favorite band right now. Tara, did you read Super Chats from earlier? Yes, I'm getting through them now. I see that you have a guess on here, but I'm going to leave it up here to see where I'm at the end. I'm not going to put it up yet. Debbie, is it normal to have law enforcement sleds sitting in the courtroom the whole trial? No.
Yep.
Yes.
The chief investigator, not the witnesses. Witnesses,
yes,
no.
absolutely.
The investigator, yes.
Correct. And after they testify, then they usually stay and sit.
Yep.
I found it off-putting, like they were out to get him no matter what. Plus, are they paid if in court? Now, that's a question that's jurisdiction specific, but there were a lot of people waiting to see Alec Murdaugh burn. A lot of people waiting to see that. Freckles, I never understood why the judge didn't do sidebars in the first half of the trial. He excused the jury every time in the beginning. Now I know, and thank you, Peter and panel. JLL, tally here. Go Knowles, $200 for your 200,000 subscriber accomplishment. Please cover Valo Daybell case. I absolutely am. I've gotten close to some of the family. So sad. Thank you so much for all you do, Peter. So yeah, Rob, I think you need to look into it. It is going to be hard with no cameras in the courtroom. They have been releasing audio, not as great, not as compelling, definitely not as easy to watch, but probably I'll still be able to do some recaps. I think it's going to be a multi-week trial as well. I will definitely be covering it. Thank you, JLL, for the super chat and for being here. It said my mic was unplugged, so I don't know if it's working.
It disconnected. Your mic's not plugged in again.
All right,
try pull the cable, put it back in.
Go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, that's better.
All right. Oops, Tara, I'm going to leave that up. Sue, okay, question. You say to get an attorney immediately if the police want to question you. How do you find an attorney? Yellow Pages, grandma asking. So, I mean, listen, the easiest place to find an attorney would be Google. The best place to find an attorney would be to ask somebody that you know. Most professionals know attorneys. If you have an accountant that you trust, if you have another lawyer in a different area of law that you trust, ask him for a criminal defense attorney. If it's Florida or Virginia, email Rob or I. Like honestly, any lawyer you feel like you trust, whether it's, myself, Rob, somebody else on YouTube that practices law where you're at, send them an email and ask if they have a recommendation. I've given people recommendation for family law lawyers in Florida and things like that. So I would say get a referral from somebody who knows would be the best way. Peter, how did you get a join button for Apple
devices?
I
don't know. Maybe it's a new thing. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I have no idea, Lori. Sorry. Are we ever going to meet Tech John? Yes, he was on our last members only video, and you are a member, so go check out our members only videos. And John was on there for a long time. Summer Golden, thoughts on the media following Buster everywhere post verdict, and even took a pic of him inside his home. Rob, do you ignore me on purpose or on accident? Ouch. Rob,
I'm not ignoring. I try not to ignore anybody. The thing is, with the Murdaugh trial, side note, the number of DMs, emails, and correspondence that I receive on a daily basis, I have a little bubble that's like sitting in the DM thing that says like a number. And every time I look at the number, it gives me more anxiety and more anxiety. So I wait till there's like a moment when I can open it because I don't want to start answering if I can't answer all of them. I really promise I'm not.
She said, I love you, Rob. I'm only picking on you.
John,
Yeah, no,
John, not Flea. John.
Okay.
Shante.
Whatever. I know who Flea is,
sorry.
but whatever. She's always cool, so she's just messing with you. But yeah, it is crazy. And you know how those like influencer people are like, I have so many DMs. It's like so hard to get to everybody. And I was telling my wife the other night, I was in bed like answering some, and I was like, gosh, I can't get to all this. She's like, ugh, you sound like these like influencers. She was like, it's just so hard because they have so many DMs. Like how you just did that. I was dying inside. I was laughing hard inside. Thank you for this, Deborah B. Thank you. Rob is a big influencer, guys. Okay. You got to give him time to get to the DMs.
Oh, come on.
Widow H. Congrats, Peter. I've been a subscriber since the beginning of Theranos coverage. Your coverage is tops. Can't wait for Boone and Daybell trials. Alexis, totally respect the jury decision, but did y'all side-eye how quickly the jury came back in the AM case? What was your initial thought when it came back so quickly?
That was fast.
Yeah. It was really fast for 6 weeks. I mean, if you
the
were
holdouts were not holdouts for long.
Congrats.
Like that was, I thought there was
correct.
gonna be one. I thought there was gonna be one that might be holding out longer. Like that was my thought. There would be one that would hold out long. That was it. Like I was thinking there might be one person, but the holdouts didn't hold out for long. So yeah.
Baby Gator, how can she claim battered spouse if she also has DV towards him? So it's going both ways, and that doesn't preclude you. Right.
Correct.
I mean, you probably deal with a lot of DV instances, and I mean, it goes both ways a lot.
Yes, it goes both ways a lot, and every instance is viewed in its own little bubble with some context added by the historical relationship between the parties. It doesn't just necessarily mean that one person is the aggressor, one person is the victim in every occasion.
Lisa, congrats on 200K. I sent you a request for an attorney referral on Instagram, but haven't heard back. Is there another way? Shoot me an email, lawyeryouknow@gmail.com. Usually I get to my Instagram DMs, so I don't know if it got lost in the like request tab or whatever. Sometimes it can get fishy. Azam, Orlando Bloom as Peter and Leo DiCaprio as Rob. Rob's part's gonna be way more expensive. Way more expensive. Okay, we're gonna need to crowdsource that one. Mina Kim, congrats, Peter, on subs. How long have you guys been practicing? And if you don't mind, how old are you guys? I am 35, been practicing 10 years. What about you, Rob?
38, been practicing 12 years.
There you go. Same page. Summer Golden, I'd love to go to law school, and my husband thinks I do great and is fully supportive, but my undergrad is in elementary education. So here's a fun fact, Summer. Your undergrad literally doesn't matter in law school. Correct. I was a pre-med undergrad to start, and when I switched, they were like, yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as you get good grades. And I switched to sport management was my undergrad at Florida State. It was me and all the athletes. It was like the easiest, literally the easiest major of all time. What was your major, Rob?
Engineering. Then the numbers stopped adding up and I went to forestry. Natural resources.
I was like, engineering seems like such a hard major to go to law school. Oh man. Deb S, congratulations on 200K. Peter, have you ever thought of heading to our neck of the woods to play some golf on some of our beautiful courses? We live in Pebble Beach. Are you kidding, Deb?
Oh, I've played Pebble.
Obviously we've thought about it. What are you talking about? My dad's played Pebble, Spyglass, all the courses over there on a trip. Absolutely. Before I die, I hope to make that happen.
Yeah. I played Pebble. I played Pebble, Spanish Bay, and then also Spyglass. It was one of my dad's bucket list before he passed. So we got to play. That was when my dad got cancer and started deteriorating. He wanted to play all his bucket list courses. He wanted to go with his kids. So we did that. And that was probably some of the best memories I have my entire life is playing that golf course.
That's amazing. That's amazing. How'd you play?
Oh, like crap. Spanish Bay, the day we teed off is 30-mile-an-hour gusting winds. Oh my God. You have not hit a shot. Like the caddy comes up because they require caddies on those courses. And he comes up and he says, do you have a knockdown shot? I said, not for this. like not for 30 miles an hour in your face.
So she made a liar out of me. I was just telling him how you were coming. I was like, hey, she said maybe another time we'd make it happen.
I was trying. It's been a busy day.
We went longer than expected.
I'm so glad. I don't know what like 2-hour streams are. They're too short. So
Too
I'm
short.
excited.
We were just like on opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm like, this is going so long. I was just telling Rob, I was like, mine are usually like an hour. It's why I don't have a lot of people on, because I just can't stop talking when there's a lot of people, and it just gets fun and we tell stories. So this is what it is. We're redirecting to Runkle after this.
Fantastic.
So everybody that's here will get redirected there. But we have EDB in the
Hi,
house.
Chad.
What's up,
Good
Emily?
to see you. It's good to see both of you. I went blue purple to
Nice.
celebrate 200K.
Nice.
Congratulations. Cheers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How was the birthday dinner?
It was delightful. We took the kiddo out with a few of his friends. At this age, that's about all you can do. And everyone in the restaurant sang to him and put a sombrero on his head. So he was thrilled and mortified all at once, because
the mortified. Yes, absolutely.
you have a limited amount of time, but his friends made a big deal of his birthday, because he doesn't like making a big deal out of his birthday. So
Well, then he's got some good friends.
he's got some great friends.
Yeah, that's fun. I it's such a weird like time, like teenage boys. It can be really, especially like, before you start driving and before you have that independence. And it's like this kind of weird. I remember my friends back in, that's just still some of my best friends today, and they're like maniacs, but I mean, it's a wild time, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. I am not ready for my kids to be that age.
It's wild. It's great. His sense of humor is absolutely wicked. My kid's really fun. And you can't determine what your kids do in life, but my kid's a band kid, and I've never been happier about anything in my life. I absolutely love it the most. So it's a lot of work being a band parent. It's a whole full-time job, but it's great. I mean, we do fundraisers and snack bar and chaperoning, and they are all over the place. It's great.
The last flight I went on, there was a kid in first class. He was sitting in one seat, and he had his big band instrument buckled into the other seat. I was like, oh, that's dedication from mom and dad. It's like, no, actually, we're going to have to buy 2 first class tickets.
Yep. I have been on a few flights in and out of Nashville with professional musicians with their instruments in their own first class seats.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's so cool. That's so cool. Well, I'm glad you're here. We're running through some questions and comments. We're getting some random stuff. You never know what's coming here. So
perfect.
All right, let's see what we got.
Yay.
Adam thinks Rob should make his own desk. That'll be interesting.
Could you make it look like the Resolute desk?
I make desks for friends.
With drawers and stuff?
I make stuff for friends. Like, that's the thing. I've made desks for friends. I've made dining tables for friends. I've made my own dining table. Like, I don't make stuff. I make it to give it away.
I have a buddy that made my coffee table and end table in here. He's a firefighter, and like every firefighter has 2 jobs, and that's like his second job. So we had him build those things for us. It was pretty cool.
Wait, Peter, the chat is saying that you said that Dave Matthews Band is one of your favorites.
He is.
What?
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah. Listen.
How do we not know this?
I don't know. I hear you're like a wild Dave Matthews fan.
I'm a Dave Head super fan because I don't go small, go big or go home. But
I'm not on your level. I'm not on your level.
Florida. He always plays a ton of shows in Florida.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of his concerts in Florida, only in Florida. I don't travel for them, but I have been to a couple in Florida.
I have 3 tattoos. This is not a competition. It's just a thing.
It's not.
It's not. But I love that.
Yeah.
Chad, I love that. Okay, well, I will travel down to Florida. You might think I'm insane, but I'll travel down to Florida. We'll Dave together. I have a whole Dave group of friends that does every show in Florida.
So it's kind of a funny story, the way I got into Dave Matthews. I have 2 older sisters, 3 years and 6 years older than me. My oldest sister was like, she must've been like a freshman in college or something. She was like 18, 19. I'm 12, 13. And her boyfriend.
How old is your oldest sister?
She is
probably the same age.
42, something like that. And she also has a 15-year-old son.
I'm just a touch older.
Just a touch. So she had a boyfriend who played guitar.
Of course.
Loved Dave Matthews, was obsessed with Dave Matthews. And of course, like I thought he was so cool. So I got a guitar and was like trying to play. I still have it. I can't play it, but like I have it. And I could play like a couple Dave songs, and that was it, but it was cool. It was cool. I've loved them ever since. Love John Mayer. I like that kind of music. It's kind of my favorite.
John Mayer was my first concert at the 930 Club when he was playing like tiny venues.
Free John Mayer. I went to a free John Mayer concert. That's how early on it was. It was at like a fair or something. And I showed up and we went and I was like, what's that smell? And everybody's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And I was like,
We're
all
fine.
right, let's go see John Mayer. Yeah, it was something. It was really
Peter,
something.
what was your first concert?
Mine?
Yes.
My first concert ever. Like, I mean, I went to concerts as a kid. The first concert I can remember, like as a kid old enough to go to concerts, was that John Mayer concert. And then I'm not a big concert guy. I've been to like 3 or 4 John Mayer concerts, 3 or 4 Dave Matthews concerts. And then I went to a bunch of concerts at the Ford Amphitheater, which is just the place in Tampa with like girls and stuff, like whatever concert they wanted to go to. I don't even remember what it was, like Rascal Flatts.
Oh, playing it so cool.
I'm not a big music guy. I'm not trying to come out here like I'm not competing with Emily. Like I'm not a big music guy.
There's
I
no
literally like
competition.
Dave because of that dude.
I
and
love
just kind
that
of rode
story.
with him, and I like that kind of music.
Yeah.
There was a boy, and my love for Metallica has never been the same because there was a boy who was a drummer, because isn't there always? But I like a lot of different types of music. And so my brother did not love Dave Matthews. I was obsessed, but I was also stealing when I went to college, because my brother's 5 years younger than I am. So when I packed up to leave to go across the country to go to school in Massachusetts, I took his like Green Day CD, his Offspring CD, like a sweatshirt. And my brother called my dorm room and was like, where is my music? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I stole all of his CDs because I was just an asshole. It was just so rude. I shipped them back to him. But
That's hilarious.
we didn't have there was no CD burner. I would have just burned it, but I didn't want to buy another CD. And so I was like, Mom,
Dude,
it's there's bad language on these. He's young.
chat is killing me right now. Oh my God.
With what?
God, it's just all of the different bands. Everyone's throwing in their favorite bands, and it's like going back to just high school and listening to this stuff.
I love
again.
these conversations. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry to derail, but
The reason I was sitting there smiling like an idiot for a while is I'm sitting here waiting until Peter realizes what effect Emily D. Baker has on the chat. And just the idea that this chat is ending in the next 10 minutes is just,
I threw that out the window. All right. I
gone.
threw that
It's
out the
gone.
window. It's not
sorry.
ending in the next 10 minutes. I get it. I get it.
The end. Apologies.
No, we're happy to have you. This is fun. Long overdue. We'll have to take a different night and talk specifically about some cases and stuff, because I do think that would be interesting, especially because I had so many people in my chat telling me stuff Emily was saying that I know Emily was not saying, which is always fun when it happens. I'm like, I'm pretty sure she didn't say that, but we'll save that for another night.
I might
That'll
have
be
said
fun.
it, but there's also like context
Oh yeah.
around it. And so it just depends. But I think I watched a lot of your recaps. I really enjoyed them because there's stuff you miss when you're streaming all day long and engaging with chat. And then there was an entire day that my website crashed. So I was like on chat with my website maintenance people, and then also streaming, and then also streaming the trial. So I loved watching the recaps and seeing what nuggets you took away from them. It was really fun to see. So, and you know, I think most of the time we pretty much agreed on most of the stuff.
yeah.
Really.
Go ahead, Rob.
I was going to say that one of the things I thought was really cool was seeing how many of the lawyers showed up in the chats of everyone else doing recaps. Like the recaps, no matter who was doing them, you got to see all the different lawyers showing up in the chat because they were there. They wanted to hear the input. And at the end of the day, I think I agree with Emily. Like we might have differences in opinions on how we would do things or a ruling going one way or the other. But as far as the general nature of the case and where it was going, I think we were all kind of on the same page. This
case, I think, is one of the hardest that we've followed, like one of the hardest cases that I followed. It's convoluted. It's a hard case. Again, I still wouldn't have brought the case. And after he was convicted, people are like, does that change your mind? I'm like, no.
Oh gosh.
Nope.
I hope not. Yeah. It's like,
No, it doesn't.
I certainly hope it doesn't change your mind. And yeah, it's like, I don't think anybody said anything that was like horribly controversial throughout this case. Right. And that was the interesting thing, is like, what I'm saying that people are exploding about is not controversial. Like, people agree with this. Like, being surprised that a juror flipped from not guilty to guilty in 40 minutes or whatever. It's like, that's quick. Like, that's pretty quick. That's quick. They weren't that
invested,
dug in on not guilty. Right. Or we talked about leader jurors versus follower jurors early on. It's like, this is what we're talking about. Like that dude, James, was like, you got questions? I got answers.
Yep.
Let me give you my answers.
And the prosecution using the prosecution's language in his interviews. And I talked about that. You always want the jurors using your language, whatever side you're on. You want to give the jurors the words in the jury room. There was one case I had that hung 11-1 for guilt. And when the jury walked back out the third time after the judge had sent them back, you could see the steam coming off of people. And you could see the one juror just sitting there staring forward, looking at no one else. And it was like, oh, yep, that's 11-1. You could just tell by the way they walked into the box. Great.
Well, and it's people, certain people with certain personalities like to be that person. They like to be that one person, regardless of what it is.
Yep,
And that's how personalities sometimes show themselves. But I mean, that's what, and when we talk about closing arguments, that's what a closing argument is, right? You're not flipping people in closing argument. What you're doing is giving James all the answers for him to take back to the 3 not guilty votes and explain to them how no, it should be guilty based on what Creighton Waters said. He answered those questions. You guys just didn't hear it.
This comment, I think I am just as good as the other two on the screen. I am no better than any other trial attorney. The only reason I make an observation about body language is because the experience of cross-examining and seeing witnesses testify, I can guarantee you that the gut alarm bells will go off for these two if they see liars or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes reading juries can be tough.
I'm not talking juries. I'm not talking juries.
Yeah, I don't really care for witness body language. Usually I know if a witness is lying or not based on the depots and the questions I'm asking them, and I don't need to rely on the body language. When we're talking about these kinds of cases, it's a lot harder because I don't know these people. I haven't deposed these people. I haven't seen them through the process. And I think that in order to read somebody's body language, you kind of have to have a baseline of what they normally act like. So it's tough for me to tell based off body language if somebody's, so I'm probably the worst, I guess, of the three of us in watching these trials and picking up on that stuff.
I don't know. Did you feel sorrow when Alec was testifying the same way you did with like John Marvin or with Rogan Gibson or any of the other witnesses? Like, did you feel it? Because I didn't feel the testimony. He just had a lot of face water.
I would say I felt the sorrow for Alec Murdaugh while those other people were testifying.
Right.
Like when they would explain that Paul was the apple of his eye, or he and Maggie's relationship, I felt it a lot more than when Alec was on the stand. But I also, and again, I think it was a bad decision for him to testify, but I also can understand the position he's in to just listen for 5 weeks for somebody to just assassinate your character, call you a liar. You have to get up on the stand. You have to admit you lied about all this. You have to admit you stole from paraplegics and people dying of cancer and your friends and your family and everybody who trusted you. But let me tell you this, truth bomb here I have to explain to you. And let me admit this one lie, but try to convince you something else. It would be tough to keep all that together and try to do what he did, which is just another reason why he shouldn't have testified. It was an impossible task that he had getting up on that stand, trying to deal with everything that was going on in this trial.
I agree with you.
You know whose body language was fun to watch? Jim Griffin.
That poor guy. He
was a wreck during that direct examination. He was a wreck.
I had a lot more empathy for Jim than I did for Elaine Bredehoft. People are like, who would you rather, Jim or Elaine Bredehoft? I'm like, Jim's a good attorney. He's in a shit position because this is one of his good friends. He's friends with the victims.
Now, granted, he put himself there a lot of the time.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But I still felt for him.
Yeah, that's tough. Okay, Michelle asked, what made us become attorneys? Could be probably a long answer. I planned on going to medical school when I first went to college. Hated all the labs and all the science stuff that I took. I was like, I'm not doing this. Went and talked to a guidance counselor. She's like, it doesn't matter what your major is to go to law school. I was like, all right, I'll do that. My dad's a lawyer, but I never really wanted to be a lawyer. Once I went to law school, I only wanted to be a trial lawyer. I didn't realize there were lawyers that like didn't do trial work. I was like, oh, you want to like write contracts and stuff. Okay. So that's basically
them. We're not them.
Yeah. Well, what made you guys want to be lawyers?
My AP chemistry teacher. I was going to go engineer and he said, no, you're going to be a lawyer. Like he literally, because my entire family's engineers, he goes, you're going to be a lawyer. And the funny thing is, when I was in law school, second year law school, I was back in town and I went to the Green Turtle in Germantown, Maryland. And go figure who's sitting at the bar having a drink, but my AP chemistry teacher. No, I'm not a Terp. No, I came back to the area. Green Turtle, and go figure my AP chemistry teacher sitting there at the bar. And without a doubt, I go over and I say, Mr. DeLon, how you doing? How are you? Long time no see. And he looks at me dead in the face. He says, so did you end up becoming an attorney? And I was like, you son of a bitch. Because I went to undergrad on a lacrosse academic scholarship for
What is a
engineering.
lacrosse academic scholarship?
It was I was D3 in lacrosse.
Oh, but they gave you an academic scholarship.
Academic. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Then engineering, I just couldn't do it. So I switched over and then started doing forestry, then applied to law school. And I hadn't run into this teacher until I was a 2L in law school. And then for him to just come straight out with that first question, you ever end up becoming a lawyer? And just go, oh, funny story. So yeah.
What about you, Emily?
I don't know if my story is not a super positive one, and it's definitely not cheery, but I had a number of friends who had very assaultive college experiences, and those changed my mind about wanting to work on behalf of victims. So when I decided to go to law school, I was like, literally, I'm going to go to law school. I'm going to become a prosecutor. So when I sat down, at the time, the DA of LA was Steve Cooley. He had been the DA for a very long time. When I sat down to the third round of interviews, he's like, so, you're not on law review. You're not on, mock trial, because the mock trial team voted me down. It's like sorority voting. You're not
ours is wild like that too. The mock trial and moot court teams, it's wild.
Yep. Funny with YouTube, some of them have been in my DMs, and I'm like,
I was going to say, you showed them.
I have a long memory, folks. So it was, we were sitting down for the last interview, and he's just like, you haven't done this, you haven't done that. I was a research attorney for judges before I became a DA. I worked for my white collar crime professor. Like, I was very tailored on what I wanted to do. I worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office in their tax division. I knew that I wanted to be a prosecutor. I'm like, why would I want to sit down and write on law review? That's not what I'm good at. And he's like, well, why should I hire you? I'm like, well, if you don't hire me this year, then next year we'll just have the exact same conversation. And eventually you'll get annoyed with me and hire me, because I'm persistent, I work hard, and I know exactly what I want to do. And he's like, sounds good. So out of the whatever 3,000 or 4,000 people that applied that year, back when hiring was like that, I was one of the 75 DAs hired in my class because, well, I was great at it. So it was
awesome.
I went to law school to become a district attorney. That's what I wanted to do. And then the story of transitioning out of that is a long one as well. But I never thought I could go to law school with my ADHD. It was when I met my husband. He's like, so what was the goal? Because I was playing college water polo, Division I, no shade, Rob, but playing college water polo. I went to UMass Amherst to play water polo. Of the Division I ranks, we were at the bottom. And I was 5'7". Like, it was never a career that was going to go far. My husband, when I got hurt, was like, so what was the plan after water polo? I'm like, I didn't have a plan. Like, my plan was to get to college and to play my sport. I didn't have a plan for after that. It's like, well, what do you want to do? I was like, well, I kind of want to go to law school. He's like, and why don't you? I'm like, I'm very ADHD. My grades are bad. He's like, have you put in effort? I was like, fair.
What's that?
Fair. So shifted my focus and got into law school and transferred around because I was following his job, because he was in his postgraduate work when we met. So away we went. And then I moved back to LA, and we got hired at the DA's office, and away you go. So not that.
And a lot of people talk about how it's a calling. My dad and I both worked the state assistant attorney's office. My dad worked as a federal prosecutor, and he loved it. And he said, if the money,
badass.
Oh yeah.
Your dad is such a badass.
Oh yeah. He's got some wild story. He's got a career I talk about now that you can't really have now, because most of the time, if you get to his position at the U.S. Attorney's Office, you just stay there forever and you become a U.S. attorney one day. And he was just like, he was a little more entrepreneurial. He liked being a criminal defense lawyer. He liked the other side as well. He liked the money, make more money on that side as well. So, I mean, all of that kind of pulled him back. And the guy that was the U.S. attorney that wanted him to come in and be chief of the criminal division had to talk him into it, because he had already gone out into private practice after the state attorney's office. So he and my mom were like, I don't know. And he did it for a few years, but now it's pretty much a lifer type of job. And it's definitely a calling when you get to a certain point. When you're talking about prosecutors and you see these prosecutors there for such a long time, and it is really a calling, and I think only works for people. A lot of people use it as a stepping stone. They work there for a couple of years, then they go out on the defense side or do whatever. I thought that's what I would do. I thought I'd always be in criminal. I'm so glad I'm not. I like couldn't think of anything I'd want to do less. I love where I'm at now, and I
Couldn't
get
do
where
it.
you're talking about fighting for victims is so much more fun and fulfilling to me.
It's a hard job, and you have to want to do the job, because it is a job that does not pay well, and there are a lot of obstacles, and everyone's mad at you all the time. It is not an easy job, and a lot of people do use it to stepping stone to get trial experience to go into private practice. But it is not. It is one of those jobs where the stress is very high, the consequences are very high. If you get it wrong, that can result in people losing their life. So high stress, high responsibility, low control. That's a very bad combination.
I think Rob's going to jump off. You jumping off, Rob?
Yeah, I'm gonna go keep Ian company.
right,
The thing is, I love this. This is the best because you are experiencing the EDB effect, and I want you to experience it to its fullest, which means
right.
at least 4 hours live streaming.
Too much? Wait,
No, it's you go down the rabbit hole. You go down the rabbit hole of stories. I want you to experience it. Make this a 4-hour live stream. Chat, don't let him go. I'm gonna go keep Ian company a little bit. Yes. Emily, please break Peter's brain.
No.
Anyways, I love y'all. I'm so glad I got to hang out.
Rob, it's good
Thank
to
you
see
so much. Have a great evening. Chat, thank you very much for hanging out with us.
See you, Rob.
Keep doing your super stickers. Chat, I think he said he's going to read every single one, so keep bringing them, guys.
I'm going to get through as many as I can here. Hardest year of law school for me was absolutely the first year. Is there another answer? Like, what was yours?
My motivation really lacked my third year because I wanted to be done so badly. So it felt like pulling teeth. Like I wanted to go work. But the hardest year of study and stuff was definitely my first year, for sure. It's a hard year. It's
just getting used to
it. Yeah.
That's a really tough transition. Did you go straight in, or did you have a gap year or anything like that?
No gap year.
Yeah.
I mean, I finished undergrad in May. I got married in July, and I started law school in August. It was just like, and we moved states. I finished school in California. My husband had finished his postgraduate work, took a job up in Washington. California has 1 million law schools. Los Angeles has 1 million law schools. Seattle has 2. Like, you were doing what? So moved states, the whole 9 yards. It was great.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Nancy, I'm a new court reporter in Texas. I was still a student when I started watching your channel, Peter. I used to practice your videos. I can keep up with you now. That's good. Start watching on 1.5 times speed, like I like to watch videos. John, U.S. Supreme Court is clear that post-arrest silence can't be used against you. Can they win the appeal? Doyle versus U.S. Since AM didn't have to tell the Popo where he went after Paul's video, Jim Griffin got loud about this. Thoughts? Just there's so many issues with cases where you do waive and you do talk and you do say certain things that can be used against you. And the fact that you did say something you could try to argue was now them trying to argue he didn't say something and talk about post-arrest silence. I think that's kind of a tough argument to make when he did waive and talk so much.
I think it's an interesting argument to make them nonetheless, and they will bring it. It's not as clear as like the Rittenhouse case, right? The prosecutor stepped in Rittenhouse and he had never spoken to police until he testified. That's a much clearer and easier case to like just yell about. This one is Creighton Waters talking about, well, we've never heard this before. Is he talking about the 4 interviews that the jury's heard? Right. And then the defendant says, well, I've been trying to call you. I'm like, what are you saying?
That was weird. And that was
so
really weird.
Yeah.
That was really weird. He's trying to talk to him about the financial cases and they're not picking up the phone. I was like, what?
Yeah, it was really weird.
So weird. Jade, law and reading, case law, drafting pleadings, and so on is not what people see. Litigation is not the only law. You have to study business, securities, IP, real estate, and so on. No glamour, LOL. Congratulations, Peter. I didn't have to take all of these courses. Like I didn't take IP. I didn't take real estate. I did take securities. I did take a bunch of boring ones, tax law, stuff like that. You do have to get a wide range.
So many tax cases. I loved it though, but I wanted to go into kind of white collar stuff. So I took the business admin and the tax law and the IP. I took all of those because I like fraudsters, man. They're fascinating. It's just much more interesting crime than, the kind of violent crimes of passion. So I took a lot of those cases.
We're Greek. So my dad came from a line of restaurateurs. So he's the first lawyer in his family or even anything like that, post-grad education, and he wanted to be a tax lawyer. So he didn't know any lawyers. And he was like, I want to be a tax lawyer. And then he started doing it. And he was like, oh, this is so boring. And he's like, no. And he went to the state attorney's office. Will Jim and Poot work on the appeals, or are there specific attorneys that handle that? Congrats on 200K. They said they were going to handle the appeal, I believe, in the press conference. I will say that it's way more common for criminal lawyers to handle their own appeals than civil lawyers. That's usually a lot more separate. A lot of time, like my dad wouldn't necessarily advertise that he does appellate work, but he does do his own criminal appeals. And you try the case, the issues. It's easier to pick them out. Usually lawyers that try the case will work with the lawyers that appeal the case. Like on civil cases, we'll work with the lawyers that are handling the appeal, but we don't handle it ourselves on the civil side. I don't really know why that is, but I'm not interested in it.
It's different. Writing
Way
and talking
different.
are two different types of practicing law, really.
Mickey Duff, why did the judge allow the past crimes? Why did no one present a victim statement, i.e. Maggie's sister? We've been over this past crime stuff so much, I feel like. But I think nobody presented any victim statements because it wasn't going to make a difference. I think everybody walked into that courtroom and they knew exactly what the sentence was going to be. What do you think? You think there was any other reason that nobody made any statements?
Family bonds. I think the people who testified said what they needed to say. And I think with the family ties, there's nowhere good for it to go, and it's not going to help anything. So I think a lot of the family is trying to maybe stay connected for Buster, because what their family's been through is kind of horrific. And we didn't even see the defendant say much on his own behalf. So I'm not surprised no one else did.
Monica, my notification didn't go off. Rewatch crew. Thanks for all you do, Peter. Huge congrats, 200K. Also, when do lawyers get to pick jurors? So this is interesting because I don't know about the jurisdictions you've practiced in. We always get to pick the jurors in state cases.
Same. It was so weird.
Okay. Yeah. In federal court, we don't a lot of times. So I have had that experience and it sucks. And you have these jurors where you have no clue anything about them. You don't know anything about their background. It's like 3 questions. We submit questions to the court. They don't ask 90% of them. They definitely don't ask any of the ones we want them to ask to get the actual information that we need to try these cases. But it's wild. I mean, it's a totally different ballgame.
Yep. So they said that they get to do individual voir dire for death penalty cases only.
Yes, I saw that. And that's a very interesting strategic decision potentially of them not asking for the death penalty in this case. And I think that was potentially a good move.
It was interesting to learn. It was interesting to learn that the jurors were taking notes back in the jury room.
Yes.
It made me less cranky about the whole thing. And I'm like, oh, so they can listen and then they can kind of distill their notes, because they did take a frequent amount of breaks and go back to the jury room. So I kind of actually liked that hybrid system of note taking.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely not the same, but I think it's definitely better than no notes.
Yep.
Lauren asks, would you rather have jurors who are super informed and know all the legal stuff, or somebody with no experience?
I mean, I prefer people who like me. I pick jurors who will listen to me. I try to pick jurors who will not be put off really by me. I'm more casual. I use pop culture references. So I tried, if a juror walked into my courtroom carrying a People magazine, they were probably going to end up on my jury no matter what. So
Interesting.
I tried to pick jurors to the lawyers, not to the case.
Okay, that's interesting. I would say I build mine a lot more around the client.
Well, it's different in criminal.
For sure.
Right? So as the prosecutor, you're trying to help the victim tell their story.
Mm-hmm.
And it's harder to build around the victim because they won't know as much about a victim's story depending on the type of case as they would in a civil case.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. And ours, we do try to build with who will be able to relate with our client, understand what they're going through, not think they're just like milking the system. Because there is a lot of that. That's the hardest thing to get through on these PI cases, is the legitimate fraudulent cases that do come through that we have to prove or not first before we even get into what our case is about. Boy Mom, why do you think Vallow and Daybell didn't take a plea deal? Are you following this case at all in Idaho?
Not closely.
Okay.
I know enough to be like, I don't know if I want to, I don't even know if I want to.
It's rough.
It's so rough.
It is.
So
it's rough and it's wild, but it is like this case where there's a trail of dead bodies.
Mhm.
And I think they're not taking any plea deals because they're probably not getting any good offers. That'd be my guess.
Have they been offered a plea deal?
Not that I know of, but
Right.
I mean, it's like multiple murders. and conspiracies to commit
You
murder
don't,
with
you don't
children.
offer plea deals on those cases, though.
Yeah, it's like you can have life or you can have life. I think they're going death penalty on Dabo. I don't know if they've done the death penalty on Valo, but it's like there's not any good offers coming.
And sometimes the offer will be you plead to everything and we won't seek the death penalty and we'll be done.
Right. Do you think AM might have a better chance of post-conviction relief versus appeal? I don't really think any of these situations ends up being a good chance, or what anybody would qualify as a good chance.
Anything he gets is going to be a retrial.
That's his best case scenario. Yeah.
Best case scenario is a retrial. And Creighton Waters seems to be like, let's go.
Yeah, let's jam. Rachel Mills, will you cover the Young Thug 6 to 9 month RICO trial? No, not this guy. I don't know. Are you covering that?
I started looking at it because I love RICO. I really do. So I've started looking.
Cover the R. Kelly stuff?
I did not cover much of the R. Kelly stuff. I watched it because I was fascinated with their theory of RICO.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Being the theory of RICO, it was really cool.
Yeah, if you love RICO, I'd love to hear your thoughts about how they made that RICO, because that was interesting.
Look, man, there are a few things the feds can mold to just about any shape. Wire fraud and RICO are two of them that can just fit about anything, and that is both enthralling and terrifying all at once.
Yep, that's why it's like a 99 point something percent conviction rate.
Well, I mean, I worked at the state's attorney's office, and I saw the stuff that the feds would dump on us. They're only taking the top 1% of cases that come through their door that they know they can win.
Mm-hmm.
They are definitely not taking circumstantial cases. They're putting wires on people for a year and doing phone call recording. They're only prosecuting people that they can convict. So if somebody even hangs a federal case, it is a huge accomplishment.
Yep. Mary Lou, Peter, and Rob, what's the most interesting case you've covered on YouTube? Grateful to be a part of this community. I don't know, man. Every case I do seems to be interesting in its own right and has a little bit of a different legal angle to it, which is always what I kind of enjoy. We've had different outcomes. We've had crazy outcomes. So they've all been kind of interesting in different ways. Do you have a favorite case that you've covered?
Wait, I want to know what your favorite is. You said all of them were interesting. Do you have a favorite?
Myself?
Yes.
I would say probably the wildest to me that I felt like I couldn't believe what I was watching the most and then talking about every night was Daryl Brooks. Like watching his back and forth with the judges and everybody with the judge and everybody in the courtroom. I was like, I cannot believe this is happening. And it was just something that was incredibly wild to me. And I've tried one case as a prosecutor against a sovereign citizen who represented himself, and it was insane, but nothing to this level.
No, nothing like Daryl Brooks, because I've done a pro per trial as well. Not a sovereign citizen, just a knew better than everybody and didn't trust lawyers, which was interesting. Having a pro per cross-examine victims is a very interesting thing, and you see that a lot of times in domestic type cases where it's exhibiting control. It's a weird thing to watch, but my favorite is still Colin and Cuthbert, the Caterpillar cakes from the UK. It was an IP case over cakes that are shaped like caterpillars. And one of the companies went on the offense on social media in a way that was so funny. I just enjoyed the whole ridiculous nonsense of it. I really do love food IP lawsuits, and there's a lot of them going on right now.
Seriously?
I love them so much.
I didn't even know this existed.
I love them. I have a whole segment called Food Court. There's a guy suing over what is the Pete's hot sauce called? I'm totally
Texas Pete.
Texas Pete. There's a guy from California suing over Texas Pete for designation of origin because it's made in North Carolina. And he feels misled that it's not made in Texas.
This is what I have to get past in jury selection. When I have real cases, I'm like, no, we're not suing Texas Pete because it's actually made in North Carolina. She just got hit by a car. That's what we're talking about. You know,
there's another one over Velveeta macaroni, the microwave macaroni.
Mm-hmm.
On the box it says ready in 90 seconds or whatever, but that's the microwave time. You still have to pour water into it, so it can't be completely ready within the time that they advertise that it's ready.
I have a buddy who won a huge case against a theme park here because of certain language that was in the small print, and it was like a class action multi-million-dollar settlement that they ended up getting on something that was so stupid and did not affect anybody literally. And these people didn't even know it existed in this stuff until these lawyers were like, hey, look, this is here. We got to do something about this. And then people kind of jump on board.
Kind of like the Red Bull gives you wings case. Guess what? Red Bull doesn't give you wings, but they won on a false advertising case.
So funny. My dad and my partner, before I was a lawyer, had a case, and it was a guy was accused of murdering his dad, and he was the caretaker for his dad, and they actually won an insanity plea based on Red Bull.
Wow. There was a Red Bull defense.
Literally a Red Bull defense.
All right.
It was like articles, the Red Bull case.
All right.
Yeah. I was like, how is that real? Like, how did that actually happen? And the dude is like a good dude, and he's out. Like, he went through treatment for, 15 years or something, and now he's out and doing his check-ins and stuff, and he's a good dude, but it's wild. Red Bull's wild. He was up for like 8 days straight or something on it. Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, it was crazy. Let's see here. So I found you people. Well done, Peter. Thank you so much. Let's see what else we got.
All of the congratulations, Peter.
A lot of congratulations. Congratulations to you. Hit 700K, right?
Yeah, we're at 707.
It's wild. I mean,
It
I
is.
just can't believe there are that many people. So when did you start doing YouTube?
Well, funny story. So I started YouTube in 2016 when I was going through back surgeries, but I was doing tech stuff because I was still a district attorney, so I couldn't do law stuff.
Okay.
I didn't transition into doing consistent full-time law stuff on my channel until September 2020. I was doing my podcast before, and the podcast was growing. I brought really essentially what I did on the podcast onto YouTube and did it more in September 2020. And then by early 2021, kind of shifted into just pop culture cases because it's what I like to cover the best. And there's plenty that want to cover more political cases and stuff like that. And after 2020, I was just like, oh, the election lawsuits and stuff. I'm like, my brain hurts. I'm tired. I can't with any of this. So that's when I really I wanted to talk about Housewives anyway. So
yeah, my wife watches all that stuff.
I can't get enough of it. There's so much. The cases are so interesting. So September 2020 is when I shifted into that focus on YouTube. October 2020, I hit 10K on YouTube. And then from there to now.
October of 2020, you had 10K on YouTube?
Yes.
That's wild. So like Johnny Depp, was that what, I mean, I knew you were huge during Johnny Depp. Is that what like the huge blow up was, or was it something else?
No, Johnny Depp, we were at we were just over 200K at the beginning of Depp Heard. And we were over 500 at the end of Depp Heard. So you never know who's watching on YouTube. It was very interesting to see the people that reached out and watched the channel during Depp Heard. Not just other YouTubers I like, but traditional celebrities that I liked as well. It was it was very interesting. So it was an interesting experience. I mean, at Verdict, I had 370,000 live concurrent. It was wild.
That's insane. Like I can't, like when I just think about
like, what do we do? I'm like, nothing.
It's like, if you just think about 5,000 people, like what kind of a auditorium or whatever that would fill, 300,000 people is like a not small town.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane to think that many people care to talk about this stuff. I was talking with Rob and Ian about it as well. Like, did you ever think this many people would care to listen to and talk about this stuff? I mean,
no. And I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. And this is like a real job for you now, right? Like, I mean,
oh yeah, no, this is my full-time. It pays much better than the district attorney's office. This is my full-time, but I knew I wanted to be a content creator. I loved, as my podcast was growing, I knew that's the way I wanted to go. I was doing consulting mostly with entrepreneurs and online business owners. And there's a lot of lawyers in that space that love it. I loved doing the podcast the most. So when I was like, what does it look like? Because during 2020, online business owners are like, can we pause our work? And I was like, yep. We don't know what this is going to be. We don't know what your business is going to be. There's no point in doing some of this stuff right now in these contracts when you don't know if you're hiring or having live events or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. I'm like, so let's pause. And it gave me the opportunity to take a breath and be like, okay, well, what do I actually want to do now? and my husband closed a business. We moved, and I was like, oh, I love the podcast. And I had loved YouTube before that. I'm like, all right. A friend of mine was like, why aren't we just doing those two things together? I'm like, why not?
So did you retire from the DA's office?
I retired from the DA's office.
So you were done practicing law at that point?
I was done in court at that point, and I moved into consulting, but I wasn't doing stuff in court. So whether it's, I mean, I was writing contracts and doing company formations and things like that. I enjoy that stuff. It's really fun to help people get their companies right and do tax strategy and stuff like that. But I like this better.
And then, so you went from, this is interesting, right? So I've never talked to somebody who like transitioned into practicing law from practicing law into doing, what do you call it? Content creation, right? Okay. I mean, content creation, not
broadcasting.
YouTube.
What do we call it? Broadcasting, YouTube?
I don't know. I just call it YouTube. I don't know. What I call it's definitely not the right thing. I just call it like doing YouTube, which is clearly wrong. But you have a podcast and all that other stuff. Is like Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, is that part of your business, or is that like just pages attached to it, or do you do ads on there and stuff? I mean, I don't know.
I do some on Instagram. I don't on Twitter. I don't spend a ton of time other than connecting with my community on Facebook, because Facebook discovery is so wonky. And Facebook video is wonky. But I mean, I started my YouTube channel when I signed up on YouTube in 2006. I like this platform. So when I started covering like the Toddy Westbrook case, it was because I had watched Dramageddon 1, Dramageddon 2, Carmageddon, because I loved this platform and the personalities on this platform. So it was a natural transition to kind of lean into this platform. It's why I geek out when, I just, Bailey Sarian pop into my chat and I almost can't talk when I'm like, what? These are YouTubers I have watched and relied on because I have been kind of a consumer of this platform for so long. And I realized how much I liked broadcasting with the podcast. And that had initially just been that the podcast was explaining business to online business owners through case stories. Like, this is what LuLaRoe did wrong. This is how you can avoid that. And it was really advertising plus content. Like, hey, I know all this stuff. Come, let's talk about your business. And then it shifted in 2020. And now this is the full-time thing. And now I was like, well, I can just make content. And now there's a whole team, because it now takes an entire team to run content and the podcast and merch and all the rest.
Run the Emily D. Baker.
Run the Emily D. Baker, yeah.
I like, it's like the Ohio State University, right?
Well, I changed. I had been Emily D. Baker ESQ on social for a long time, but I wanted to make sure that I was very clear that I was not attorney advertising.
Okay.
And I do more than just law. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear. So there's a lot of Emily D. Bakers. Loved it when I got married. Loved the anonymity. Loved that it was harder to find me when I had police protection on my house at the DA's office. But then when you go onto social media for the first time to try to like build a business, it gets real hard when you've been anonymous for so many years. Because I was not on social media. I was consuming, but I wasn't on social media in that way as a DA, because you really, it's hard when people are trying to find you.
So you were at first then using it to get people to hire you to do consulting? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that was kind of my initial take on it when I started doing it, COVID, like the end of 2020 as well. My goal was like, we're not networking as much. We're not advertising as much. That's when I mean, you're mentioning these YouTubers. I have no idea who you're talking about. Like, I don't really watch YouTube. Like, I don't know much about it. I started watching these golfers on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever heard of Good. They like blew up. They have like 1 million subscribers now. They're golfers. Yeah. They're golfers on YouTube.
But do you watch people clean really dirty driveways and stuff? Because that whole section of YouTube, like the car cleanings, there are so many quirky little sections of YouTube. There's like the I don't know how to fix my coffee maker section of YouTube. And then there's like ASMR with YouTube. And then there's like people power washing really dirty shit. Like I love all of YouTube. Golf is not a segment I've found myself in. The algorithm is like, we know her better than that. We're going to tell people about Vanderpump.
That's like the only thing I watched, right? So live sports were gone. I started watching some golf stuff on YouTube. These, kids would travel around to play these courses during COVID, have these competitions with each other, whatever. So I was like, this kind of looks like easy. I feel like I could make some videos and see what happens. And so I started making videos. It was a lot of the, normal lawyer stuff, like what are your rights? Do this, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. And it kind of morphed into talking about cases, talked about some cases in, sports and law kind of crossing over. And then it just kind of went into what people asked for. And what people ask for mostly is this type of stuff. And it's,
But I remember you talking about naming your channel Lawyer so that people felt like they had an accessible lawyer that was explaining stuff to them. How has that done for your practice? Because I imagine it's been tremendous, because people, like, if I'm in Florida, I don't know if I would ever call anybody else. It's like, I don't know if Peter does this, just call him and ask. And if he doesn't do it, he probably knows somebody who does.
so it's been pretty wild. It's been a lot more than I expected. Right. And I try my best to get back to everybody. Right. And it's not always easy to get back to everybody because a lot of stuff comes in and a lot of it is things I don't handle. I've tried to connect people in other states and other jurisdictions or other areas of practice. We actually are licensed in like 25 states to practice. So we do take some stuff in other states, but it's really limited to injury cases and criminal cases. And I don't even really talk about criminal cases very much because my dad takes such a limited, we have him and another lawyer associate that does some criminal stuff, but it's such a limited number of cases that I'd rather not even talk about doing it rather than offend people when we can't take their case for a number of different reasons. But personal injury cases, wrongful death cases, medical malpractice stuff, like you don't have to pay us, which is the good part. It's all contingent. We get paid out of the settlement. Yeah. So it makes it, which is something that drew me to that. It's like, we don't only help a certain part of society, like literally anybody can afford to hire us. And so I have met a ton of clients that are now clients of mine on YouTube. And I will tell you, so coming from a state with some huge advertising lawyers that spend so much money on Google, PPC, billboards, whatever it may be, and a client clicks that and calls you, wants you to be their lawyer. You say one thing they don't like, regardless of what it is, or you don't call them back quick enough, whatever. They're on to the next link. They click them and it's just, whatever. It's like ordering something from Uber Eats.
Yep.
But when somebody calls from YouTube and they're like, I feel like I know you. I want to talk to you about this case. I want to work with you. It's been so much better working with people from YouTube. There's like a mutual respect. It's like starting out on the third step of a, attorney-client relationship. And I only talk cases with people that I actually sign up with, obviously, or do a consult with or whatever. And it's been awesome. It's been growing really fast. Like we've added 2 lawyers since I started doing YouTube.
That's incredible, Peter.
Yeah. It's really fun. I really like it. I really like doing
on
both.
WFLA. They're going to try to hire you soon. You're going to be like, you can't afford me, but I love getting to see it grow because it's such a natural fit. I love seeing you chat with JB. It's just cool
he's
to
awesome.
You be in studio and be local. Have you been in Florida your whole life?
My whole life. I've lived right here, Clearwater, Florida, born and raised. I lived in Tallahassee for 7 years, undergrad in law school. That's it. It's the only other place I've lived.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Like literally my kids are going to go to my high school. Like it's all here, which is really cool of building a practice in the first place and adding this to it. It's been really cool and I love it. And I don't plan on ever stopping doing that, maybe handling less cases or something and hiring more lawyers or whatever. Cause I really like doing this too. And it's never felt like a job. Like this just feels like fun. And I talk about stuff that I like. And I don't know how you deal with it being as huge as you are with like, especially on Twitter, like people are kind of wild on Twitter. Like people come at you in your own chat. I had a guy super chat me to tell me he was leaving and canceling his membership and he super chatted it. And I was like, you could have just left, but like, I mean, I don't know, you could blaze of glory or something.
I saw it. I don't fight with people on Twitter.
No,
I don't like to fight with opinions and emotions. I will have offline conversations with people that I know, but I'm not fighting with people who enjoy fight. There's people who like to fight on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Like you see, even in our space, you see people who like really like to fight on Twitter. There's no nuance there. And I don't want to just fight with people. I spend my time really engaging with my community where I can engage with my community. And I kind of post on Twitter, say what I need to say, check in with my people, and then dip back out of it because I'm not going to change someone's opinion. Half the time it's not their opinion. They just want to see if they will get you to fight. I've got a 15-year-old and an 11-year-old. Like, if I want to have a debate about something, I'll just go talk about Minecraft and why I don't know enough about Roblox. Like, I've got plenty of people who are willing to argue with me. My mother needs me to try to fix her computer over FaceTime. Like, my life is busy. Don't have
It's like
time.
literally the easiest thing in the world to just decide to ignore.
Yep.
Nothing good comes from it. Why would I do it? Why would I get worked up about? And I still every day am arguing with people as part of my job. So I'm not trying to do it on Twitter.
No, and I rather spend my time with my community of law nerds, and I can't get to all of my positive DMs, all of my emails. If I can't answer everyone in my community, I'm not spending my energy fighting with someone on Twitter who just is trying to get a rise out of me. It's not worth my energy. Have you seen the movie Clueless? This is a seminal movie in my life, right?
One of my wife's favorites.
Right. So she's coming down the stairs and she's like, my dad's a litigator. He's the scariest kind of attorney, but he argues with me for free. That's basically where I'm at. Like, if you want to fight with me, I'm not fighting with you on my dime. Like, you're taking away my energy and my time from my community. No.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think it's interesting too that people, I don't know what they expect. Like, there must be people that do it, right? There must be lawyers on Twitter or YouTube, whatever, that do it.
I mean, go. Nate the lawyer loves to fight with people on Twitter, and he will mix it up. Like, he and Viva Fry will go back and forth on Twitter, and they love the debate, and they love like the art of the debate on Twitter. And some people are like, "Oh my God, they're mad at each other." I'm like, no. This is part of the sparring. They're enjoying. This is like their version of mixed martial arts. Like, that looks like hell to me, but some people like to do it. This is what they enjoy. I just don't enjoy it.
Yeah. And I like the discussion. I like talking back and forth. I like seeing why people think the way that they think. If somebody disagrees with me, I like finding out why. That's been a really fun part of Murdaugh. I have enjoyed that part. And some people have probably tried to needle and be nasty. And I've just been like, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe the jury's going to agree with that. I like that kind of diversity of thought and bringing different voices and stuff. Like, that's really cool to me. But people that start out with, I had the weirdest. Do you follow rap at all?
Music?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I do love some rap music too. So I also love a good battle rap and beef and all that stuff, right? I love all that stuff. So Eminem and MGK had a thing recently. Okay, so
I love Eminem.
Yeah, me too. He buries him, right? But it wasn't really a fair fight. But anyways,
well,
so,
I mean, facts. Yes, not a fair fight.
So he says, like, hey, Stan. He calls him Stan. He says, like, you compliment me in one line and insult me in the next. I literally screenshotted this Twitter message that I got and sent it to John, who's my guy that helps me out with this stuff, and my wife. And I was like, what does this make you think of? And my wife, like, literally quoted the battle rap back to me, because this guy was like saying something really nice. And he's like, but you're still a slimy ambulance chaser. He was like, all the women in the chat that talk about your looks make me uncomfortable. I want to tell you that you look better with your short hair from before, and you're still a slimy ambulance chaser. But if you ever need an expert on one of your cases, this is my special. I'm like, what's happening? God. Like, what is this? Why are you writing this message? And do you think I'm going to respond to this message? Like, I just don't understand what people think when they type certain things out to try to be nasty. And it's like, most of the people are so nice. Like, that's the most shocking thing about YouTube to me. And why I like YouTube better than any other platform is the huge percentage of people in this chat that are so nice, so encouraging, are like, thank you so much for the time you put in. Thank you so much for coming here and hanging out with us. And it's like, this is fun. I enjoy doing this. Nobody's forcing me to do this. Nobody's cracking a whip, making me show up here and talk. So when people are nice, like, it's fun. And that's why I'm going to keep doing it. But it is wild to deal with it. And I'm sure you get it tenfold with just people being jerks for no reason. I don't get it.
Yeah, not on YouTube, though.
Right, on Twitter, right?
Like, right. People will try to scoot in on YouTube, and the law nerds are like, we don't do that here. And people are like, this chat's lame, or they'll go to other chats and name call and stuff. And in our chat, I ask not for play-by-play of what other chats are doing or saying or what else. Other creators are other creators. Their chats are their chats. Everyone has the right to curate the community that they like. I'm like, all I can control is what we do in this space. And so these are the rules. And if you don't like them, that's fine. You can go. It's a great wide internet. Have a great time. And so we don't get a lot of that now. We've really narrowed down our community. So people come in occasionally and get confused. They're like, wait, I can't just like name call Alec Murdaugh. It's like, no, you can have very strong feelings about him, but we're still not name calling diagnosing him with psychological conditions and things like that. We're just not doing it. And that is been really incredible how positive the community is if you just ask for that and say, this is what we do here. And that spreads to Twitter, really, because when people come in onto Twitter and try to start stuff, most of the law nerds just ignore it. Like, there's no point in going back and forth and fighting with people. You're not going to change their opinion. Half the time, they're just doing this or that. And so we don't talk about other creators. We don't talk about what other, what people are doing. Occasionally I'll get, oh, this lawyer said this. I'm like, I haven't seen it. Can you just send me the video? Because I'm going to need a lot more context than this lawyer said this,
Mhm.
So it's been really fun. I always feel bad that I can't get to all my DMs. And my biggest problem with YouTube is that I stream for too long and then I'm like, oh crap, I have other stuff I have to do today. I'm sorry, you guys, I have to go, because I really do enjoy it. I love live streaming.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, I think it's just a wild world to get into too. With I had no clue about any of this stuff. I had no clue what YouTube was going to be like or what you're supposed to do on YouTube. The first time somebody sent me a super chat, I'm like, what is this bubble that just, I was like, I literally have no idea what that is. And I always try to get to every single one of mine. And some
Yep.
people will always get mad if I miss it. And I'm like, I really try to get to every single one. I swear, I try to get to every single one. It doesn't always happen. And it's just so abnormal to me to be in this kind of a thing, where you're just sitting here talking to yourself basically, but you're still answering questions for the most part. Or like I come on, I try to like do what we're here to talk about and then try to answer the questions and come up with formats and stuff. How did you turn it into a business? How did you learn how to, do this or do that or deal with memberships or, use the text thing that you do to tell people, like, where did you learn all that stuff?
We just started building it.
Yeah.
So I've leaned on friends, other creators. And again, I came out of the entrepreneurial space.
Mhm.
So I have friends that are YouTube educators like Sean Cannell over on Think Media, who I've known since like 2018. So I know a lot of people in
I
this.
know somebody that knows him.
Yeah,
I
Sean's
know
great.
somebody that knows him. Okay, that's cool. That's a cool connection. Yeah,
Yeah,
he seems
Sean's
like an
great.
awesome dude.
So there's I find generally creators are very generous, especially creators that love YouTube and want to talk about YouTube. They're generous in their content. They're generous in their time. But I had been around this platform live streaming before I did this. So I would live stream with tech. So when my first live stream that kind of started to blow up, one of the YouTubers who I had streamed with doing tech stuff was like, throw me a wrench, I can moderate for you. I'm like, thank you, I need help. And she is now the producer of my show, edits my videos, and works almost full time in my business in addition to what she does. And it just comes like we just are building as we go. And we keep building as we go and breaking things and learning things. We tried to move text providers, we broke it. We tried to start an email list, we broke it 4 times. Crashed all of my websites, and we just keep breaking. And I tell the law nerds, like, we're building it on our own. Like, we're just going to figure out what it is, because there's not a model for what we do. Like, there's a lawyer model and there's a streamer model, but the streamer model's for either chatting streamers or gamer streamers. So YouTube doesn't even quite know what to do with us. And then we're competing.
What's the lawyer model? I don't know what either of these models are. So
Well, no, for lawyering, like, what building a practice is and having clients and
oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
You know what that job is.
Okay.
Like, you're a PI lawyer. There's a model for being a PI lawyer.
Sure. I thought you meant a YouTube lawyer model.
None.
Okay.
I don't think there is. And so you look at, there are different types of lawyers on this platform. Some that stream, some that do heavily curated videos, some that lean mostly into YouTube shorts, some that just talk politics, some that, there's tons of different backgrounds and experience, but we're all figuring out what works for us. So I just keep breaking stuff and telling my community that we're just going to keep trying until we figure it out the way that we like it. But I will tell you, this last trial, the thing that was so frustrating is watching the news networks get white labeled on YouTube. And so they populate ahead of the creators in search. And I was like, this is not the way it should be. So that's the problem I am looking at right now.
See, yeah, that's like stuff I would never even think about. Like you're going to like blaze the trail, and then everybody else is going to benefit from it. Cause I have like never thought about any of that stuff. I am trying to like find a time where I can sit down and talk about this stuff for an hour. And
we can definitely do that. But it's also not your full-time work. And
But
that's
I think just the fact that you live streamed the whole trial to me is like, I don't know if people understand how tough that would be. Like, you're sitting there stuck basically the whole time. People want to hear what you have to say about it. You have to pay attention. It's not like you can just zone out. You can't just like miss a whole witness, because then it's going to affect you talking about the rest of the case the whole time. You have to add value to it, right? It's not just sitting there saying, oh, that guy did a good job. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to stay on your channel if that's what you're saying. Like, that was a good witness. The lawyer did well there. Like, nobody cares about that, right? They're going to want the actual action and commentary, what you're thinking, what the lawyer's sitting there thinking about during the trial. Like, that's what they want. So to be able to do that for that many hours straight for that many days, to me is wild. Like, I did it for like Amber Heard cross-examination, and I was like, I never want to do this again. Like, I can't sit here I'm just thinking like, there's something I need to be doing for work right now.
Well,
Like,
and there probably is something you need to be
Yes.
doing for work. I realized that as a DA, I would come into work and people are like, how are you doing? I'm like, oh my God, did you see Jersey Shore? And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm talking about Jersey Shore. And they're like, Baker, what? And I'm like, okay, it's this new reality show. You have to watch it. It's absolutely unhinged. So I realized that I've enjoyed this for a very long time. There were times, so in high school, I played water polo, but our school and our conference didn't have women's water polo yet. So I played men's water polo. It was fair freshman and sophomore year. And then junior year, everyone was 6 foot and I was not. So that got a little dicey for me.
Mhm.
And then by senior year, I was playing some and sitting on the bench some. And I was running commentary, like sports commentary of our high school water polo games, sitting next to my coaches. So our coaches are like coaching and laughing
Oh,
as I'm
that's
sitting
cool.
there running commentary. So I think I've been doing that over just about everything my entire life. I can't go to the movies in the theater because I just stream of consciousness. The gift of ADHD, I suppose. But I love
That's
it.
cool.
And I'd
Yeah.
watch these trials anyway. I want to know the things I cover are things I'm really interested in. And so I want to cover them.
That's cool. Have you gone to any? Speaking of, James from Court is here in the chat from Florida. Also, I didn't know he was from Florida.
I didn't
Have
know
you gone
either.
to any?
Hey, James. I've gone to some Britney Spears hearings because they're not streamed. If it
Okay.
is streamed, I am not going to go be in court. I am going to sit in my slippers and stream. If I cannot stream it, I will go to court if there are hearings that I need to go to. If Britney Spears does a full trial for the 12th accounting, that I will go to every single day and stream summaries at night, because it will not be televised. So it depends on what the thing is. So yes, I've gone to some of them, which is interesting. Seeing that the lawyers actually know who you are when you go, you're just like, oh, weird. Right.
Like, they know who you are from YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Because I talk about you on the internet, of course. Same with the journalists, same with others, but smart lawyers are paying attention to who's talking about their cases, I think.
That's so funny. Gosh, that would be so funny to see somebody be like, yeah, Emily, oh yeah, I see you talk about my case I heard what you said about me on YouTube.
Hey, Peter, can I tell you the craziest story?
Yes.
So I was at BravoCon. Do you know what this is? Do we need to give you a quick summary of what Bravo?
So Bravo is like Vanderpump Rules. That's what I think of when I think of Bravo. Is that
and
right?
Housewives and all the Bravo
Okay,
properties.
right. Okay,
So
yeah.
they have their own Comic-Con.
Okay,
And it is like the size of Comic-Con,
okay.
but just Bravo. Ran into lots of law nerds. I was backstage at BravoCon, and one of the housewives was there getting ready to go out and take pictures with like the step and repeat with all of the fans that line up forever to take pictures with the talent. She was in this wild outfit that was very Madonna with like actual cones. You can tell your wife it was Leah McSweeney, but actual cones on her chest and then pants. And I walked by and I stopped. I was like, Leah, this is everything. And I'm like, this is like, it's a show-stopping outfit, right? Her lawyer turns around and was like, Emily Baker, because he heard my voice. And I'm like, hi. And he introduces himself and he's like, I also represent so-and-so and so-and-so. And I'm like, I know exactly your name on these pleadings. It's so nice to meet you. And she's just like, what? How do you two know each other? And he's like, she's the lawyer on YouTube who talks about my other cases. And so we had this whole thing. And she's like, What? He's like, no, she's a streamer. She covered this and this and that. It's just hilarious. So even at BravoCon, I was running into people's attorneys that were there as like talent management and reps and stuff that are there. And then the reporters who work for People and the journalists for other outlets and then the other podcasters and stuff. It was really fun. It felt like my Super Bowl. I can't wait.
That's cool though. I mean, you're making an impact for sure. People are noticing. People respect the hustle. They respect the grind. They know, if you were some schmuck, they wouldn't even talk to you even if they saw your stuff. I mean, that's the point. If they just thought it was, somebody just trying to get clicks and whatever and talk about cases and be annoying, but they're like, this is just somebody who is explaining this to the people that care about these situations and these cases. That's really what it comes down to, right? Is the only people that watch and listen to you are people that would be interested in this process, how it works, where it's going, what's happening to these people, why it's happening, what's going to happen next, what can we expect and why. So, I mean, it really is kind of one symbiotic thing with the people that are involved.
Yeah.
And you're not being a jerk. I mean, I've never seen you be a jerk or say some lawyer's like a scumbag or something like that, or horrible throughout the process or whatever.
Nope.
I think it's really interesting when people do that. And with way too many trials in Florida, I could never do that with any of these judges or lawyers, but
No.
and I'm still practicing, so it's different. But
the only lawyers I have name called are ones who have been indicted, like Alec Murdaugh and Tom Girardi. Once I've seen the proof, then I will say I find what this person has done reprehensible. But if I ask my chat not to name call, I'm not going to name call. And if I don't like what a lawyer has done, I always say, you know what, I don't like this strategy, but you never know what their client's asking for. You never know what their end game is. I don't know their entire file. I only know what I'm seeing. And then occasionally, if there's a filing where they call Kevin Hard, the entire filing, I will mock it just because it's fucking funny to me.
yeah, I think so I was calling Alec Murdaugh, speaking of this, a scumbag. So I try really hard not to, regardless of the lawyer, regardless of the case, regardless of what I think about their skill or their client or whatever.
When you've done PI and viscerally the types of stories and the types of people he is stealing.
Literally.
Yeah.
Like, you're not stealing money from some rich company or some person that's not going to matter, or, the government even. It's like, you have explained to a jury or a defense lawyer or judge or adjuster why your client needs millions of dollars for the rest of their life in medical care because of what they've gone through. And then you literally steal it, when most of these clients say, whatever you think is best. Like, I trust you, whatever you think is best. And it's like, so I was calling him scumbag. Somebody wrote me an email like, hey, I know you always try to, not call people scumbags or names right. And I was like, you know what? That's a good point. So I stopped calling him a scumbag. I was like, I don't need to call him a scumbag. I can just be like, what he did was wrong. He shouldn't have done it. And it was shady and scummy what he did. But
behavior. It's really deplorable.
It is
behavior. And I think it's okay to call that out and say, this is deplorable. And people are like, oh my God, you're so pro defense. Oh my God, you're so pro prosecution. I'm like, well, we're doing something right, because half the chat thinks this and half the chat thinks that. But I always made clear that after covering the case, because I started covering it with the roadside incident, because it was like, wait, Girardi plus there's this like roadside shooting, because I thought maybe one of the clients had come after him when it first started breaking, because I had already started looking at the theft then, like right as it was breaking with the roadside incident. So I already knew all of the theft backstory. So people are like, what do you think of Alec Murdaugh? I'm like, I still don't know about this murder, but I do not have high regard for this person based on all these other things. But I know that I can separate the two, because no matter how much you dislike someone, they deserve a fair trial. They deserve to have evidence presented against them. And this is a good exercise in critical thinking. When you really don't like the person is the hardest time to not be okay with rules getting bent a little bit because you hate them.
And that was the funniest thing throughout this process, is I thought people were going to think I was so biased against Alec Murdaugh because of how I talked about him in like the Satterfield situation when that started to come out. Yeah. I had a case where a kid was very seriously injured, had to get a life care plan, was a big case, big settlement. We're moving money into structured settlement for this kid. And I'm just thinking how you could possibly just steal money from somebody in that situation, or from her kids after she died, and suing yourself. Like, just that case in itself was so many knocks on exactly what not to do. And he did all that stuff that when the roadside shooting comes out later, I'm just my mind is boggled throughout this process. And then that's when I started thinking, before I saw any of the evidence of the murders, I'm like, yeah, I absolutely think propensity wise, which is exactly how we're not supposed to use, this guy's literally capable of anything. And then the murders come, and I just don't feel like they had, if beyond reasonable doubt is what those other crimes, they had the evidence for that. I don't feel like the murder matched that. That's
Which
just
is
kind of where I felt
interesting.
like. So I think it was funny how people were like, you're biased towards him. I'm like, I actually really don't like this guy.
Yeah. And it's interesting that they chose to present so much evidence of the financial crimes. I thought it would cut against them. I'm like, look, this is what it looks like when there's direct evidence of a case. You're just like this. I thought there was a real possibility that some of the jurors would be like, well, if that's what that evidence looks like, where is the balance of that? They didn't care. But
they were like, yeah, we didn't really think that it was a great motive. And that's like what the interviews, they're like, we didn't take it very much as motive. It just kind of was what it was. It's like,
it's because he testified. If he hadn't testified, there's no way that jury would have come back that fast. And there's no way, I think it still would have been hung. And I think he shut the door on reasonable doubt with his testimony.
Yeah. And that's the point, is once he got up there, people could be like, yeah, this guy's a liar. So since I think he's a liar, he's obviously lying about saying he didn't kill his wife and son. So that's, I think, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of evidence that they took to connect those final dots, because they were comfortable that he lied about it. And that's what it came down to.
They proved he lied about the blue lights in his car. Like, even down to that little detail, when they proved on rebuttal that he lied to the jury about that on the stand, I was like, come on. Did your dad ever roll around with blue lights in his car?
Oh
and a badge on the dash? People were like, Emily, you're being way too hard on him. I'm like, I am livid.
The badge is one thing, right? The badge is one thing, because I had, a lot of prosecutor friends that got to keep their badge and whatever, and they tried.
I have my badge in Lucite. I've never rolled with it on the dash of my car.
Yeah. Well, I've actually had some family members that are cops and ex-cops that would give their like police ID if they got pulled over. They give their like driver's license and police ID, like whatever. But the blue lights, I don't think people understand like what that actually means and what you get for having blue lights in your car. And that just shows. And also, like, you're saying they proved he lied. I guess you can say they proved he lied. I think every single person in that small town at one point or another benefited from Alec Murdaugh and his family. And now
people on the jury did.
No. I'm sorry. I mean, cops, lawyers, partners,
yes,
benefited from him. Now he is a pariah that nobody wants to touch. And so everybody is saying they are shocked. They never knew. They're going to do everything they can to help fix what he did.
Yep.
But I mean, our firm is not as big as theirs. If somebody's stealing $10 million, I'm going to notice. It's not going to happen without me, with me having literally no idea.
It's interesting. And I would like to know more about how these cases settled without going through the firm, and the firm didn't know that they weren't getting their part of his settlements.
And I would say, and again, we're just talking, just us girls, he must have been bringing in so much money,
yes,
that they were not going to argue. So the way a lot of these firms work, and it's very similar, like our firm works a similar way, where you get a salary and then you get a bonus off of your cases, and you eat what you kill type of deal is what you call it. And everybody's got their column. And my guess is there were years where his column was $5 million and some unknown partner's column was 500,000. So when they're all doing the, you pay your part and then we all get our splits, they're not going to be like, where was that $800,000 from that case on your column, which is more than I brought in all year. It's hard to do that, because he'll be like, oh, you're right, let's fix that, and then get rid of, what do we need him for? He's just eating off my plate. So there is a part of that when it goes into a firm like this, where if you all have your own columns and everybody's not pulling their same weight, it's hard to point out or poke the big dog sometimes. And there is an element of, you're still making money off him, even though he has his own column and he's getting bonus off of what he makes. But the point is, there's a CFO. It's big enough to where there's a CFO. So there's not just, and he wasn't even the managing partner. So it's not like he could just push things through.
Right.
The only thing I can think of is, with this fake forged account, if you do structure settlements, there are situations where your client gets $100,000 when they turn 21, $100,000 when they turn 25, $100,000 when they turn 30, then the $500,000 when they turn 35, or whatever it may be. So maybe he was paying them those portions out of his account. That's the only way I wouldn't have clients banging down my door for 6-figure and 7-figure settlement funds that are supposed to go to them.
Yeah.
It's like these clients aren't just forgetting about the $900,000 that they were supposed to get out of this, wrongful death case. So it's very weird and strange to think that they had no idea for 10 plus years, and they're not idiots. And we do this to make money, right? We like helping people. That's part of it. But like,
Yep.
it's your job. You make money off of it. So if this guy's taking money out of your pocket, you're not just going to let it fly. And so that's what I'm saying. And I also think that did all these sheriffs specifically rubber stamp the blue lights? Probably not. Would any of them have told him to remove them? I doubt it.
Yep. And he never got ticketed on them. And they knew he was using them because he used them to get into the Mallory Beach crime scene with other stuff. So I think there was a lot of looking the other way. I think you're right. It's easier. It's much easier once he's already been pulled down.
Exactly.
To say, I didn't know and he was wrong. The law firm turned around real quick and started paying stuff. Like they disavowed him real fast when it all came to a head, but they couldn't hide it anymore either. The Russell Laffitte trial was federal, so it wasn't public.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only reason I want to see the financial crimes go further. I don't think we will, because I have more questions about all of that. And if the financial crimes go to trial, we'll see some of that. I don't know if we will. And then you'll get a more vigorous cross-examination of Jeannie Seconder, which you started to get in this, like, oh, but what did you not see? They didn't go into it too hard because it distracts from the point. But in the financial cases, it'll be real interesting to see, because the defense was arguing, yeah, but this isn't really a gathering storm. He'd had these issues in the past, and he'd always kind of been like, it's fine. It's fine. And he'd always gotten out of it. He'd always paid it back or moved money here and there. And it had never been an issue. So there had been anomalies in the past. So.
Yeah. But I mean, again, that takes us to, what did the bank know? What did the banks know? What was their part in it?
What the banks know, because Russell Laffitte, the head of Palmetto State Bank, is pending federal sentencing for.
Yeah, but just him?
In it.
You think it was just him? I don't know.
I don't think it was just him. But
and then if you look at that, Satterfield situation, and her lawyers were on a bunch of YouTube stuff. I didn't talk to any of them directly, but I know that they were very open about all this stuff. So I'm sure they have more information on this. But in order for a judge to approve that settlement, it's not just like, your judge, sign here. You have to actually explain what's going on.
What happened, though. And this was a judge that he worked with very regularly. And then they moved the sons out as PRs and brought in Corey Fleming,
professional PR.
Guard. So there's we're still not done with all of it. And we saw hints of that with Mark Tinsley too, but we're not at the bottom of all of it. There's a lot of questions I have about the judge that signed the Satterfield settlement.
Yeah. And the PR, like you said, and them switching it out and not telling the kid, like, how are you going to allow this? I get it that you have a PR. We've had PRs in cases. Never would we not bring the actual beneficiaries in for the judge to approve this settlement, or to, like, literally sometimes they'll act like I'll know the judge will be personal friends of ours, and they'll still be like, did your lawyers explain to you that, this is the amount of money you're going to get here? This is the amount of money you're going to get there. And they're like, yes. Sometimes people can be unsophisticated, or sometimes they can be young, or sometimes they can have brain injuries. And that's why we have to have a guardian in place or a PR in place, but they still want to talk to them. It's their case. This happened to them. So the fact that just went through so quickly and easily for him for literally millions of dollars is wild to me.
All the reporting shows it was done in chambers and not on the record.
And this is the problem. Like, there are supposed to be protections in place so this doesn't happen. And it's not just one.
It's not just Alec. It's not just Corey Fleming. It's not just Russell Laffitte. It's the same with Tom Girardi. It's not just Tom Girardi. It's Tom Girardi. It's the CFO. It's the other lawyers in the firm. It's not just Tom Girardi. And that's why we're now seeing multiple indictments for lawyers, the CFO, and others.
Yeah. And people were sending me articles. There's a couple lawyers in Florida that are doing similar things on smaller scales. It's like, the opportunity's there. You can steal money if you want to as a lawyer, especially a PI lawyer. A lot of money sits in our trust account that's not our money. And if you want to be a scumbag, then you steal the money, right? And you run. But it's like, then you go to prison forever. Like that's what deserves to happen to you if you do that. And we're seeing that a lot of these people, and the differences between like the Murdaughs and the Girardis versus a normal lawyer is the amount of power and influence that they have. And that doesn't come from once in a while doing this or tricking one person or tricking two people. Like people have to be in on it with you. Like people know what's going on.
The fact that Tom Girardi's IOLTA accounts were never audited
After all the complaints.
how much 200 bar complaints, but the bar is now like circling ranks because they don't want to disclose the corruption that was going on within the bar. But people who were the lead investigator for the state bar had worked at Girardi case and had cases that were split with Girardi case. And so Tom Girardi knew the police chief for LAPD, had been kind of a kingmaker with judges on the bench. So he had the LA court system. He had a good reputation. Other lawyers were afraid to go against him because he could be quite threatening, which we've heard in voicemails that have been released with him threatening other lawyers and other people. He had the state bar, or at least those at the state bar at the time, in his pocket. And I just saw it in the chat from Julia. When I did an interview with Jay Edelson, the co-counsel in Illinois, he said when they first went to the state bar before they filed in Illinois and were saying, hey, this is what we're seeing, this California state bar turned around and said, aren't some of the lawyers in your practice licensed in California? Should we take a closer look at them? So there's a bigger problem here. And there's, I think, a reckoning to be had within the profession. And I think that's okay. I think it's time that there's a reckoning to be had. The lawyers who do it right shouldn't be dinged for the lawyers that do it badly. They shouldn't be cleaning up the messes out of their own pockets, and they shouldn't be having to fight other lawyers over things that didn't go well. Not a mistake, theft that did not go well. So,
yeah, and having to then be blackballed potentially by this big shot, powerful lawyer before you go after them. And I'm sure these families consulted 20 law firms that said, no, I don't want to sue Tom Girardi, or I don't want to sue Alec Murdaugh. And, you know, and that's the type of stuff that makes it so difficult. And that's why we have the bar. That's why we have these bodies that are supposed to be above it and be able to go, and they're not going to be affected by it. Like an individual lawyer's practice could get affected by it. Like certain lawyers have that kind of power and influence. And that's the point of the bar, which is it's miserable to hear these stories and read these stories. And it pisses me off when it happens. And I know that this is why, and you try to give lawyers a good name when you talk to people, and we are lawyers and we talk through this stuff, but it's like, you can't defend that. What they're doing and what they're doing to people, you really legitimately can't defend.
Well, it's indefensible because it shouldn't be happening. It just shouldn't be. It's mind-boggling. But you saw some of that in this trial with Mark Tinsley's testimony when he gets confronted at the plaintiff's conference. I can picture that happening. Like I can picture that conversation happening at those conferences. The kind of conferences you go to, not the kind of conferences I go to.
Oh, I loved when the defense lawyer was like, I don't get invited to those. I was dying.
So funny.
I was literally one of the weeks of the trial, I was at one of those conferences.
Speaking and golfing, presumably.
Yes, exactly. And I was like, it's so funny to think about that. And it's a big, chest pounding, like, oh, let me tell you about my $250 million baby brain injury verdict that I got, and it's a lot of that. It's a lot of the big shots walking around and, shaking hands and kissing babies and stuff. And I could only imagine if there was a beef between a couple lawyers like this, that's probably how it would go down.
Drama. I go to get my CLEs because the California one I go to now, that I still need my CLEs, and that I have friends that go. And now the cases I cover, a lot of the lawyers that represent the people who I cover are there. And it's in Vegas, and I get all my CLEs. Now I get to go and see, I'm like, oh, this is what was going on. Because as a criminal prosecutor, we hosted in-house CLEs because our office was big enough to do that. So this was the first time I had kind of been to one of those. It was quite an experience. The nights are very late.
Oh, it's a wild group, and
it's a lot of fun though.
Yeah, it's wild. And the only time we had prosecutors in any of our stuff was in Inns of Court. We had some prosecutors in our Inns of Court groups, with a lot of the judges and stuff, and they came around. All right, let's see what else we got here. Husbands,
Got lots of super chats.
yes. Wondering if there's more golf or sports lawsuits coming up. There's still some live stuff going on that, we'll see if it pops, but nothing on the horizon that I've seen. Beloved, congratulations, Peter. Have either of you heard of the Texas case AJ Armstrong accused of killing his parents at 16 years old? Third trial coming. First two were hung juries. Is there a limit to how many times one can be tried? I have not heard anything about this case. Have you?
I have not heard anything about this case, and generally, unless it's by state case law, the limit does not exist. I mean, at some point, it's diminishing returns because you've had the witnesses and what have you testify so many times. You start getting conflicting or potentially conflicting transcripts or transcripts that are slightly different, and it becomes almost unmanageable. But
yeah, usually they give up after a while or comes to some sort of agreement. But I'm not aware of any state that has a limit on the amount you can be tried. But I have seen interesting motions filed, like it was a lack of speedy trial. There are certain prejudicial effects that can come when you wait so long, have so many trials, and have those issues where they try to get out of it. And some judges will. I mean, if you're talking about like the 10th retrial, but I don't think they're going to do it on the third one.
Definitely not on the third one.
Tori,
thank you, Chad. I feel very seen. Sorry.
I know you're good. Are any of you watching the Zachariah Anderson trial? No, nobody in the judges.
Sounds like a Taylor Swift song.
D. Wait, so I could take my PhD in applied ecology and still apply for law school without having to take any undergrad class first? Yeah, if you've got a bachelor's degree, you're good. Lori, which experts in the AM case did you believe? I think the defense experts were right and the prosecution just wrong. The science stuff is most interesting. What was your favorite expert? I'm trying to think back to them.
I don't know if I had a favorite expert. I did like the prosecution crime scene guy who had done like 800 death scenes. I liked the way he presented on the stand. I liked I liked the defense pathologist. I didn't agree on Paul, but the way he described Maggie made more sense. So I quite liked that testimony. It was a good battle of an experts. I liked it better than the battle of the experts in Depp v. Heard, because you could see all the experts and go, oh, that's reasonable. I might not agree, but all the experts that came in were reasonable. I did love Creighton Waters being like, they had to bring in an expert from Connecticut. Hilarious. He was like, the North. It was so funny.
My favorite expert was the guy that threw the cell phone in his room for 100 times. I was like, is this really could you ever do that? Could you ever, as a lawyer, put that guy on this? There's no way.
I never even would have thought I never would have thought to ask. I never would have thought to try. Okay, if we're going with funniest expert, coroner armpits is the funniest expert.
Yeah, but that's just like they got lost in this case. Like they got overwhelmed. They were in this bubble, and they thought that was a good idea to put the guy that threw his cell phone around. Because like if they reflected on that, they'd be like, we're not doing that, guys. Come on.
No, they were just, and they were just too in it. But also, my criticism of them is they should have known that.
Yes.
When they brought the indictment, Alec Murdaugh is not going anywhere.
They had the blood spatter.
He's, oh God, those motions were a mess. Alec Murdaugh is in custody on almost 100 financial crimes. He's facing life. Just wait. Don't indict him on the murders yet. They cart before the horse. You know they're not going to waive time. You know that.
Right.
You don't need to be smart to know that. You know that's what they're going to do. Frustrating. Very frustrating. They should have waited.
Emily, did you work with Birgit Flatiger?
Not to my memory. But then again, my office was very large, so I came across a lot of people. And I am terrible with names. So I worked probably thousands of preliminary hearings, hundreds of it's a long career.
That's like if somebody asked me if I went to Florida State with somebody, I'm like, maybe. I can't promise. Deb, one of the jurors' brothers worked the boat crash scene in court. Why no conflict? To me, these jurors only got on if the attorneys waived it or didn't object to it or didn't try to strike them. I think if there was an actual conflict like that, they're off.
The one juror, James, whose brother was the dog cop, Chad, Literally the definition. Like if you go to the dictionary and look up the slang and urban dictionary of Chad, I think that dude's photo with his dog is probably in it. But Chad and Evo, they went and did an in-chambers conference, and then the attorneys accepted him. So they were doing these things in chambers.
No appellate issue. I mean, that's the point. No appellate issue. Love the lawyer you know, an EDB collab as a paralegal with an MA in legal studies and future JD student. Y'all's methodical content is refreshing.
Yeah, we definitely don't let it go. Once you're into a case, you kind of stay in till the end. And I told people at the beginning of Girardi, people are like, "Oh my God, this case," and that was 2020. "Oh my God, this case." I'm like, we're going to be here for years.
Yes.
Just know that we're going to be here for
it's
years.
Like the Idaho stuff. I don't know if you're doing the Brian Koberger stuff, but like same people are like, "Oh, when's this going to trial?" I'm like, settle down. It's going to be a while.
It's going to prelim in June, hopefully.
Exactly. Right. Which is just the prelim, which is wild. Marjorie, Peter, Emily, and Rob, do you think there would be an interest in a podcast about special ed law? My attorney and I are playing with the idea.
Yes.
I will just tell you, I have no clue. Like I did not expect people to like care about and talk about this stuff. So I'm not the person to ask. Emily's much more got her finger on the pulse.
There are so many parents of kids who are neurodivergent, and advocating for your kiddo as a parent of kids who are neurodivergent can feel very lonely. I think there's absolutely room for it. And I think there's a lot of room to tap into others who are in that space. Conversation releases shame. So yes, everyone should have a podcast if they want one. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely true. If you like doing it, do it. Would one of you cover the Robert Tellis murder trial? He's representing himself as a former probate estate planning attorney. No, I never heard of it.
Never heard of it either. What state is it in? I never say no until I look.
Let us know.
Let us know.
Marie B. In my business law classes, there was no exam until the end. Is law school like that too? UW-Madison, go Badgers.
Mine was.
Every single one of mine were.
Yeah.
Now, some were multiple choice, some were essay, some were a mix. There were different exams. Some of them were papers. I had a couple that were papers at the end. Like the upper level writing requirement classes. I still remember that's brutal.
It is brutal.
You know, I had an expert one time in federal court. I was doing a Daubert hearing, and he tried to tell me that his paper was peer reviewed because his college professor reviewed it before giving it a grade.
Sir.
Legitimately. And I was like so pissed. And so I'm going back and forth with him, and the judge was like, "Mr. Tragos." I'm like, "Yeah, Judge, just a couple more questions." She's like, "Mr. Tragos, you can sit down now." I'm like, "Oh."
That's not what those words means.
I'm like, "Oh, okay." And she's like, "Yeah, you can't talk about any of that stuff." She's like, "You won. Just sit down. Just sit down." And I'm like,
Just
"Okay."
stop.
And I was like, I was surprised at his answer. I'm like, "That's not peer reviewed, dude. That's not how that works."
That's so funny. Just like the phone throwing. You're like, that's not how
Yes. I don't know how that was allowed.
Yes.
Kimberly, any thoughts on the drag queen law in Tennessee? I am ready to put my 54-year-old in drag and protest in Nashville. Law nerd, congrats, Peter.
I don't had a
know
chance
nothing about this.
I've been following along. I have not read the actual legislation yet. So I am operating off of pure emotion. That's not great. So I'm going to leave it there because I have not had a chance to read it yet. But I will be going to as many drag shows as I can in fine state.
That makes one of us.
I fucking love a drag show. They're so good. I love a drag brunch. It's the best. If you have not drag, I mean, it's
brunch.
It's so much fun. Yep. Anyway, it is a whole world that I very much enjoy. So I have not read the entire law, so I can't legal the law. Right now I can only feelings the law, and I try not to feelings the law on the internet.
Gotcha.
If that's fair.
Janet, Peter, did you pay attention to the Abraham Shakespeare case? I did not. I don't know anything about like any of these cases. Deanna, will Emily or Peter cover the Letitia Stouch situation?
I don't know any of these cases.
I know. I don't either. I'm like, there's so many. There's so many. I get these. Yes. I'm sure you get way more. It's like, I don't even know what this case is about. And I need a break. I'm not following a trial right now. I have zero interest in watching any trials right now.
I've got to catch up on the cases I'm covering. I've got catch up. I've got like a lot of catch up to do.
Yes. I was supposed to be in trial Monday.
Oh, Peter, what are you doing with your cord? Peter, can I just
I keep hitting it.
With the Shure, are you using the XLR cable or are you using the
This is not
USB-C
that
cable?
Shure. This is the other Shure. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Does it have an XLR input?
And this is the one that wait. Oh,
It does
have
have an
XLR. No, yeah, this is just the other one, and it falls out like really easily.
Okay. Get you a bigger cable, the thick one.
I'll have to
shove it up in there and it will stay put because it's girthy, Peter.
I will have to.
The
I'll
XLR.
have to. Stephanie, so EDB has the Law Nerds. What are Peter's followers community called? We've talked about this before. I don't have a catchy name. I like to talk to this chat as just people that could be potential jurors. That's what I call them, or potential jurors when I talk to them. And it's crazy. I will tell you, when I've done jury selection post, I think I've had 3 or 4 trials since starting doing YouTube. And I feel like it's so much easier to understand where jurors are coming from with certain answers where I'm like, oh, they're like that person. I can tell. So they're going to look at it this way, or they're going to look at just like knowing so many more people and how they think about, because I'll ask them about expert witnesses and about what they think about them getting paid. Do you think if they get paid more, they're better or more slimy or whatever? And like all sorts of questions. That is a huge learning experience for somebody that has to try cases in front of people exactly like this, which I think is awesome and very valuable.
Your chat wants to self-name themselves.
Okay.
I've seen the chat, which I love.
Okay.
I also saw the caddies.
Okay.
So you let your chat self-name, they will come up with it. But the chat, is
I do like that. That gets your vote. Okay.
Is lovely.
All right. We'll have to do some kind of poll and make that a thing.
The chat will look, I'm sorry. It's an evening stream. Sometimes there's innuendo. It's going to be fine.
It's also I'm pretty sure. Well, I know I did stream like a day of the Johnny Depp trial, like that cross-examination, but outside of that, this has to be my longest video ever. I for sure don't do 3-hour videos very often.
Sorry,
but we also don't have 3 guests very often. We got to get to know different guests and learning a lot about YouTube. I would love to just talk about YouTube at some point, because
CYK is great for chat, so CYK is in the chat and they're here. You guys love a long Peter stream, don't you? The chat is here for it. Peter, how many people do you have in chat right now? I didn't even look.
5,000-ish. Yeah. I mean,
I'm not mad at the stream.
Yeah. If they enjoy the content, that's the point of it. And that's what makes it fun. And they're still here. They're still throwing questions in. Alexis, heard Poot was chatting at the Senate about his experience with the case and the aftermath. Have you all viewed any thoughts? He literally said he wasn't going to do this, so I'd be surprised if he did.
It would be interesting. I think there's 2 different aspects of it. I think talking about a public trial and any backlash and what that's like is a different conversation than talking about his experience with SLED and stuff like that. I don't like watching people digging after the jurors and trying to take pictures of like Buster through his blinds in his house. Like the real world boundaries stuff is really frustrating. So
no, I don't think he's going to mix much of that. If you want,
he said he wasn't going to.
Yeah. Okay, Nick. Congrats from Sydney. We've just had the Chris Dawson murder case tried here before a judge only, as a podcast about it was downloaded over 1 million times before his arrest, risking jury contamination. So they just went with the judge because they were worried about risking jury contamination. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Both sides would have to waive it here in most situations.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Deb, 3rd time a charm. Juror bro worked both boat accident and trial. Why no conflict? Because that's something the lawyers made the decision.
The lawyers can decide whether it is in fact a problem, and they question those jurors in chambers, and those questionings go with, okay, so have you talked about this with this person? Have you not? And then the lawyers get to say pass or not. And there's a lot of strategy to that. These were all things that were disclosed to them, and their strategy on age of jurors, especially with the juror James who's talking. We don't know how many male versus female jurors they had in the veneer, what each side wanted. If they wanted a younger juror who might look at Alec Murdaugh and be like, no, he had a great relationship with his dad. I can't even picture that. We were the same age. Like, I just can't see this. You never know what their strategy is for that. So that,
and I promise you, this guy, Juror James, gave all the right answers, said he could be fair and impartial. I can tell that just by his interviews.
Of course.
He knew the right answers. He gave the right answers. So it's hard to strike somebody when they're giving you all the perfect answers. Sometimes you still can.
Yep.
Crystal, we talked about this earlier. neither of us are following the ice cream killer retrial. Is that something you're watching?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think it's Florida at least. Kim Ripley, am I the only one that sings the J.G. Wentworth jingle every time structured settlements get mentioned during a case? Literally never
Maybe.
use them.
But
But
that's interesting. It's going to stick into my head now. But I also grew up in California. We had a couple other lawyers with jingles that stick out. One chat, we won't go into it, but one who is Sweet James, his ads get stuck in the brain.
yeah, that's good advertising right there.
It does. It sticks in the brain. It annoys the shit out of me, but it sticks in his brain. And then his wife, who he's now estranged from or divorced from or something, went on Real Housewives of Orange County and shared a whole lot about their personal lives. Mara.
So how could you not think on a personal level about AM as a lawyer? He is what gives all the honest lawyers a bad name. I agree. I think SB probably stands for scumbag there.
I think you can think it. It's fair.
Clicker AK. I thought G&K was corrupt after the Merck class action case. That was gross.
Yep. Girardi Keys.
You can pick your one with them.
Girardi, it goes back so far.
Emily, what made you stop practicing law?
Esme, I have an entire TED talk about my transition out of the district attorney's office into consulting. That was in 2017 that I did it. And then during 2020, the entire world changed. I took a pause and I like doing this the best and I get to do it. And I'm thrilled. I think I was always meant to be a broadcaster. It just took me a long time to find it. I love it. So though I still do some odd consulting, it's not very much because truly I like doing this more.
That's cool. Ziggy, I'm an hour and a half behind and we're still going. Yeah, hit that 2x speed. 1.5 not going to get you there. You need the 2x speed. Kenzie, golf and purple, my two favorite things. Love you both. Congratulations, Peter, on 200K subs. Much love. Stay cool. I'll do my best there.
So when you got the play button, were you just kind of blown away by this whole weird, kooky little YouTube world with like YouTube GIFs and all the things?
The real YouTube one or the one from Rob?
Both. I mean,
the one
real
from Rob
YouTube one
is way cooler. Like it looks way cooler to me too. The YouTube one, I didn't even like know that was a thing. And
it had,
then when I started to get close, people started talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, this is like a real thing. Like that's really cool." I didn't like. It's not like being humble or anything like that. I literally had no idea it would ever get past like 1,000 subscribers. I was trying to like keep it local, like people that could potentially hire me, in the Tampa Bay area. And I was like, oh, UK or whatever, like people watch them there, whatever. And then it like changed everything because it was like really cool to have people from other countries, different legal jurisdictions, different rules, different states, different cities, different countries, whatever. Maybe it was actually awesome to have as part of the conversation. It totally morphed into one of those things where you try to be in control. You try to think where it's going to go. It goes somewhere completely different and you're better off for it. And that's, I had no clue about any of this stuff. And it's just kind of, even like meeting other people that do YouTube videos. Like I never knew that was like people got together and talked on the same video about stuff. Like
Google diamond play button. They're super cool looking.
Diamond play. What do you get for that? Like 1 million or something?
10 million is the diamond play button. There's a ruby play button. You'll
send me a picture of yours one day because I
don't know about that.
That can't be a thing.
My kid, my youngest, says I'm not a real YouTuber till I have an M after my number because all the YouTubers he watches have M after their numbers and not K's after their numbers. But I've noticed occasionally when people come over to see my teen, they want to come and see the play button because they've never seen one in real life. And that's
so funny.
So, yeah.
It's so funny. And to think that this like happened out of this stuff, but whatever.
It's so good. I mean, there's still people who are like, wait, I don't understand. Is YouTube your job? I'm like, yes.
It's so like weird.
Yep.
Like when you think of influencers, you don't like think of lawyers, like you think of like I'm selling this shirt or whatever, or like this, you get this hat. You can get this % off. It looks so great and makes my hair look so great behind my ear. Like that's what I think. You don't think of like you think of people like this going and talking on like Fox and CNN and ABC or like you're saying a broadcaster. That's what I would think of more commonly in this vein, but it's just so weird. You can be independent and do it on YouTube. And I just hit the cord again. I'm surprised it didn't unplug. And like just do it without any rules of like forcing you to handle.
45 seconds to answer a question, maybe a minute if you're lucky, and they frown on cursing. It's just TV's not as fun.
It doesn't, or like, you're going to talk about this story tonight. It's like, this story's boring. I don't want to talk about that. It's like, and you get no interaction. Like the question answer thing is the coolest thing to me, that happens like real time, live. You can get to it. You can answer questions. Like, that's the coolest thing that just changes the game for me, and why this is so much better than watching TV or, some pre-recorded show.
Absolutely agree. It's a blast. I love that you were just like, I didn't really know it was a thing. We've broken news to the chat, it seems.
About what?
Chat, about James McDowell being the brother of Chad.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess. That's what people tell me. I
watched the interview. That's what he said. They actually look alike. I watched his interview today on my stream, and then I went back and pulled up the pictures of Chad McDowell for research. Chat.
Lawyers are great researchers.
Research. I will stick by that story forever. It was for research. They do look a lot alike. So
that's interesting.
Yes. And his brother was the second or third on scene who had body cam footage that they used in the trial. And he's like, my brother said that he had responded to a double homicide, and that's all we talked about it. And I actually believe him on that, because my family knows very little about the stuff I did at the DA's office and the kind of cases I worked with, unless it was something funny that happened, or a defendant who was identified because he had the dancing girl emoji tattooed across his eyebrow and that kind of stuff. I didn't tell my family about the hard stuff. I don't want to have to pay for their therapy too. So I don't doubt it.
Boy Mom, what do you think made law enforcement kind of turn on Alec Murdaugh after he had previously had them in his pocket? Once it goes bad, everybody gets off the train. Nobody's staying on for that. Susan V, 20 years, am an RN, so tempted to get my BSN just to go to law school now. Love all of this.
Or get your BSN and be an expert witness. There's lots of room to be legally adjacent within your field without paying for law school.
I get emails all the time.
And to be a patient advocate.
Hire me to do this, hire me to do that. I mean, there's nobody you want to advertise more than to PI lawyers. So whatever you do to be an expert, advertise the PI lawyers. It seems like we just keep everybody afloat, paying for this and paying for that and paying for this. It's like, I didn't even know I needed this, and now we're paying for this as part of our firm. So that's who you want to advertise to if you become an expert.
They have booths at all the conferences.
This guy that got paid $100 an hour as an expert, never have I ever heard of anything like that. The other side, the defense side, it's like low. 600 easily. Some doctors are $1,000 an hour, $10,000 a day sometimes.
It's because he's billing the government and he works for the government. So technically,
he's such a nice guy that he stopped billing at a certain point in this case. Like, what a guy!
Of course,
what a guy! He was really likable.
He was really likable.
A couple of these witnesses, I felt like were really, really likable.
Yeah.
Brittany, is it weird to still be shook by this trial? Yeah, I would say no, it's not weird, but also don't make it bigger than it is to you. I think this was a very specific situation too.
You got to recalibrate. If you spent 6 weeks watching this, you got to recalibrate. That's
for sure. Mogami Cable's my guy. All right, I got to look into it.
XLR.
The one in my office has an XLR. This one is the other Shure mic though. So this was like so easy to set up, but now I know why. Kisu, do you guys think that pretrial coverage on YouTube, i.e. Sarah Boone, affects the jury pool?
I think it can.
I think it absolutely can. I would say if anybody watched, I'll say our channels, they would be a better juror going in, I think.
I think so too.
For the most part.
Yeah. But I also think it's such a big world, and there are so many people that don't watch YouTube, especially depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the age of the jurors. Like when you're looking at Depp v. Heard, you've got a heavily like a DC audience that's working in government and contracting. I don't know if that's a heavy YouTube audience, and so it's hit or miss. The platform feels so big to those of us that live on it because we love this platform and engage with it. But there are so many people that I meet that never watch anything on YouTube. And I'm like, so Mr. Beast has this new candy. Have you heard of Mr. Beast's new candy bar, Peter?
No, I have not.
So
he makes burgers. I heard that.
So there are, as much as it feels like it inundates you when you kind of stay here a lot, there's plenty of people that have no idea what YouTube is and don't pay attention to it. He named his new candy bar D's Nuts. My 11-year-old thinks it is delightful.
That was like a fantasy football team name way back in the day. Like that was just like a very common name for all of these for
Everything.
all these fantasy football leagues.
Yep.
Linda, how much do you think social media, mainstream media affects and will continue to affect defendants' rights to a fair trial? So what do you think what do you think about the gag orders and the Idaho cases? How do you think all this is going to affect the future?
It's hard because when you're looking at, Elaine Bredehoff was she giving the keynote at a legal function with lawmakers talking about the retaliation that she received and harassment and what have you. I think it makes judges really wary. Judges don't want their staff harassed. They don't want the lawyers harassed. They don't want the parties harassed. They want to keep people safe. And if there is like a actual safety issue where you're seeing people like Buster Murdaugh have to call the police for physical safety issues, judges want to make sure somebody doesn't get killed, especially criminal judges, because it can happen on their watch. And so I think they get very nervous. And then we see the media pushing back on, no, we have a right to open courts. I think open courts are good for everyone in our system. And so there's a balance. But we saw it happen in LA. Did you follow much of Britney Spears, Peter?
A little bit. And again, that was just basically what my wife telling me, like, this is so unfair. How is this happening to her? How does this happen to somebody? That was basically
wild. The Los Angeles court system, the entire LA County Superior Court system, put an audio remote access program in place during 2020 so people could remote access court because you couldn't go in person, and that was their solution. One hearing got recorded, leaked, and streamed, and the court shut down the entire program for the entire county. It's still pending up to the Supreme Court on whether that was appropriate or not. But they're like, one issue, shut it all down. Just shut it all down. And judges are going to try to keep people safe first. So I worry. I worry that courts will actually be less open because of social media.
And that's why I've told people, like, don't ruin a good thing. Like don't, when we've been given an inch, try to take a mile. Don't be jerks about it. Don't go crazy. Don't be the people that are doing the TikTok stuff where you're finding the killer and saying you found it, because that's all that's going to do is, and that's why it's happening in the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell case. I think that's why we're getting the gag order in the Idaho case, is because of all the media attention. I mean, that Brian Kohberger stuff, I felt like there was as much interest in that as any case I've talked about on YouTube. And like, it was right in the beginning and nothing had really even happened yet. Yeah. And it was exploding already. So I think that was really interesting. And then the judge coming with those gag orders. And again, we want to protect defendants' rights to a fair trial above talking about it and discussing it and whatever, because this is somebody's life. These are victims' lives that are, severely impacted by these cases. So, we're all on the same page with that. Forget about the content. That's what's most important. And I think that when we talk about what we're going to be able to do in these cases, it is a very different discussion when there are no cameras in the courtroom. Yeah. So to keep it educational, appropriate, moving in the right direction, seeing it as a benefit. Because I mean, I'll just tell you, in the civil rules committees for the Florida bar that we sit around and talk about this, we're talking about this stuff and talking about how it impacts cases. Yep. And it's not always positive. And a lot of them, listen to lawyers like Elaine or people saying it negatively affects them. And while we can sit here and talk about the positive effects, there are a lot of negative effects that I think we should be a part of, the positive part of the process, so that, if we want to keep watching this stuff and talking about it, there's a way to help that.
I worry that it's going to make it hard to find jurors too, good jurors, jurors who want to do their civic duty, but don't want their life turned upside down by a case. I really do worry about jurors that are going to go to every extent possible to try to not be on juries because they don't want their life turned upside down in high profile cases, which is going to leave you with jurors who really want to be on a high profile case. And those are not the jurors that you want on a high profile case.
Those are the people that are already talking to the media. Right. Those are the people that are already setting up their interviews afterwards. I mean, that's really not what you're looking for.
Is there a rule in Florida about talking to the media, or in your jurisdiction?
You're allowed to. Yeah, you're allowed to talk to whoever you want, but they can't come after you.
In California, at least in Los Angeles, I can't speak to every county, there's a 90-day freeze.
Oh, interesting. So when nobody cares about it anymore.
Yep.
Right? Because that's the point, is 90 days from now, as big as this case was, nobody cares what these jurors say 90 days from now. Mm-hmm. Did you watch the Netflix documentaries and stuff on Murdaugh?
Not yet. I have not had time. I needed to also recalibrate and take a pause,
Mhm.
but my mother watched it, so I've heard a lot about it. My mom's like, "Okay, so I've listened to your podcast and now I'm watching this Netflix thing and these people." And so it's interesting hearing my mother be like, "And they did this and they did that." And
Yeah.
I'm like, "Did you think it made you dislike the Murdaugh?" She's like, "Oh, I thought it was very balanced." I'm like, "You did not."
I've had a lot of people talk about it as well. I'm almost done with them. I'm not finished yet. I'm talking about them tomorrow on a video, so I'll save it for that. But yeah, it's
Can't wait
I
to
don't think
hear
anybody's
can't wait
feeling
to hear what
balanced
you
about the
think.
Murdaughs at the end.
And I think so yes, I have not watched it yet. I'm also behind on Real Housewives of New Jersey, which just came back. I haven't this case, look, doing all of the trial coverage and then life parent things and then still running the podcast on different topics every week is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, oof, I can't imagine. Please explain adequate remedy at law for Nikki. I mean, go ahead. You get. I mean,
No,
it is what it is.
I'm not the
I mean, it just means something to make somebody whole, right? And a lot of times we talk about, and it doesn't always have to be in PI cases, but when you talk about putting someone in the place that they're at before the accident or before the injury is an impossibility. So
Yeah.
that's why we have money. We can't take away the injury. We can't take away what's happened to them. We can't take away the pain and suffering. We can't take away, the emotional distress. So the adequate remedy at law is money in civil cases.
it just doesn't feel adequate, right? I think the
Definitely
word
not.
feels unbalanced, but you can't turn back the hands of time, and that's a difficult thing. It was interesting in juvenile court, we got to be a little more creative with adequate remedies with apology letters and classes, and there was a lot more lean towards remedial and educational than there is sometimes in the adult system.
Channeling the heart, Barbara Joyce. Do you think the Daybell case will bring attention to the legal system versus one's right to practice their religion? So their LDS stuff, I don't know how much it's going to come into play. I do kind of think their podcast may be used against them, like with impeachment material.
Podcast?
They were doing podcasts, and on some of the, documentaries or whatever done on that, they had some weird stuff they said on the podcast about, part of it may be that they thought their kids were zombies or something and they had to free them. So we'll see. I just don't know what's going to come out about it. There hasn't been enough development on what's going to actually come into evidence and come out about how their religion played into their actions with respect to the case. So I'm interested in seeing kind of how it works. Religion has been a part of criminal cases in the past. It's actually another case my dad won at trial. It was called the bee sting case. Really sad case. This family's kid was stung by a ton of bees, and they waited too long to take him to the doctor because they were Christian Scientists and had strange beliefs on the medical system and all this stuff, and thought they were going to hurt their kid if they took him, and the kid ended up dying, and they were charged. And the jury came back with a not guilty verdict, and a lot of it was based on their religion and belief, and that they weren't actually doing something to hurt the kid or endanger the kid, or they didn't want anything bad to happen. It's really interesting, and it's been a part of trials in the past. So we'll see if it does on this case. It would be interesting on how it all comes down.
We saw it in Masterson too with Scientology. And
yeah, I didn't follow that case at all, but was it wild?
Well, not televised, so not as wild.
Okay.
But the judge had to and really did curtail and limit what could come in and what couldn't come in that case with the assaults and all the words the words you still can't say on YouTube. It was explaining the victim's action, delayed reporting, why they didn't go to police, why they did go to police. So it went a lot to explain the victim behavior in the case more than the defendant's behavior in the case because of the tenets of the church and not going to law enforcement and things like that.
That's interesting.
Yep.
That's really interesting.
Shady in Los Angeles, Scientology comes up in more cases than you would think.
Oh, gosh.
Or maybe not.
I'm the beacon. I mean, it's Clearwater here, baby. It's the capital of Scientology. Shady Millennial, pick your favorite judge to litigate in front of Judge A, Doro, Newman. Definitely not Newman. I think he seems like the nicest one. I'd probably want to hang out with the most, maybe, but I don't want to be a criminal defense attorney in his courtroom. I would probably say probably Judge Doro for me. I mean, the way she protected Darryl Brooks, it seems like she's got a soft spot for defendants.
I like Judge Doro. I like Judge Newman a lot. I want to go have dinner with Judge Newman and be like, tell me about your life. Like,
Yeah.
I want him to have a podcast.
Same.
When he started elementary school, he was still in segregated schools.
I heard. What a wild story.
I want to know everything about
Now
this
he's king of the courtroom. Like, that's just so cool to me.
It's fat. He's clearly just, I want to know all about everything. And the way he kind of flexes on, oh, that was my case. The Supreme Court side.
I know. I love it.
I love
Nothing better than a judge citing their own case.
I love it. And I really thought Judge Askarati, who is a former Marine, like,
Oh,
I liked her too. I didn't like her hearsay, her understanding of hearsay, and I didn't always agree. But I liked her too. I liked all of those judges for different reasons, and all of them, I think I would make it work because they're all consistent. Even when I don't agree with them, they're consistent, and you can predict what they're going to do if you know.
I think Judge A was the hardest to predict what she was going to do. That which if I'm practicing there, that would be frustrating to me to feel like I am positive about this and it's going the other way. I'm like, what? I don't feel like. I think Newman and Doro were more predictable, which is good for a judge. I don't mean that in a negative way.
The chat is saying the judge from the OJ trial. I actually did have cases in front of the judge from the OJ trial.
Rob coming in, just throwing shade here. Remember the smirk talking about the EDB effect. Now you know.
Oh, it's late.
I mean, it's literally, Azam just posted, it's past our bedtime. It is. It's definitely past my bedtime. Not hers, but it's
how you doing with the super chats? Keep going.
Getting close. We're getting close. We're gonna rapid fire some here. We're gonna rapid fire some.
You're gonna get to it. We've got it. It's a 200K celebration.
It is. It is a celebration. Did you see Tinsley liken AM to Ted Bundy, a sociopath or a psychopath? I did see a little snippet of that. How do jurors feel after they've rendered a verdict, then come out and see new info? It's probably tough, but in this situation, I think all the new info they're going to see is going to make them confirm, oh yeah, we got the right guy.
Tinsley did not mince words.
Oh no, he was like, I got it right here. It's like, that's not a order granting motion compel. I promise you that. Debbie,
it was definitely not assigned.
No.
And I loved the back and forth with him and Barber about it though, because Barber's like, you could see it on his face. He wanted to be like, the fuck you're telling me that this is an order right now. He's like,
buddy, that's not the case.
Yeah, I liked him so much. I wish we had seen more from him in this trial. I really did.
Mm-hmm. What happened to the Sarah Boone case? Loving the stream with both of you. Bubba for president. I did a couple updates on that since the Murdaugh trial. If you want to check those out, what's going on with Sarah Boone. Azam, Peter, EDB. Does retrial mean they start all over again from zero? Yes. Recall the same witnesses? They don't have to, but they can. Has there ever been a different verdict? Yes. Brittany, what do you think about the Crumbly parents being charged with involuntary manslaughter? I'm new to sending super chats. I sent 2 $5 ones. Didn't know how it worked. Oh, well, makes 2 of us. It's interesting. It's definitely something that could change the way this stuff is handled in the future. And if it's a deterrent for future school shootings and future crime, I'm all for it. I want it to be the right way and the right thing for them to prove they actually have involvement, though, and not that their son figured out a way to make it happen above and beyond what his parents did and protection. I think it's going to be a fact-specific case on whether or not it's appropriate charge.
Yep.
PB&J, congratulations, Peter. Why was AM going away for life on financial crimes alone when many others steal way more with no jail time? Jason Sugarman, who stole $43 million from one tribe and made CFO Heidi Plank disappear in DTLA October 21. So I heard somebody talking about that, the Murdaugh financial crimes. There was some like, if you get convicted of 3 of them, it's life without parole.
Statute. Okay. It's state specific statute.
Right. Okay. So that's just there. He was going.
There are people who have federal crimes who steal substantially more money and get substantially less time federally. That is state statute specific. South Carolina does not want you stealing money at all.
That's for sure.
They're like, fraud bad, go to jail forever. It's some of the I think it's the strongest sentencing schemes I've ever seen for fraud crimes.
South Carolina, you're saying?
Yep.
Interesting.
Their jury instructions are kind of wild too. I like them. They've got an old school feel, but But when they're talking about the presumption of innocence is like a cloak of righteousness, I was like, what is this language in these jury instructions?
You're going to have to update us on that because there's no way I sat through all those jury instructions.
They reference the presumption of innocence as wrapping the defendant in a cloak of righteousness before judgment. I was like, what?
I love it.
Yeah. They're very strong pro-defendant, very strong and heavy language for the defendant. So even listening to the jury instructions, Hogue was in the chat. He's like, on these jury instructions, how do they do anything but come back NG? Like they're very, I like the languaging of their jury instructions a lot. I found them to be very clear. I thought they were really good jury instructions, their own little take on the model jury instructions.
Well, that probably made it more fun than you hearing the same exact thing over and over again that you've heard a million times.
And Judge Newman's so pleasant.
That's true. That is true.
They went much
Although
better.
I hear all these people's voices on 2x speed, which is funny because then when I play it back, sometimes on regular, they sound totally different, like the cadence of their voice. It's really funny.
You get the benefit of watching them fast. There's times that the chat was like, "Can we 2x this?" I'm like, "No."
Yes, it's live, baby. We can't do it. P-Hop, can I get a mug for reminding you to draw a winner for the free mug? Yes, the second one's coming very soon. We're almost done here, and then whoever's closest to the subs we're at gets the next one. I'm shook about law enforcement lying to the grand jury to get the indictment. Amy said that is wild to hear that happened, but I have to believe, and again, I give people the benefit of the doubt too much sometimes. That's how it started with Britney Spears. I told my wife, I was like, listen, there's got to be a reason if they're doing it. It wouldn't be allowed to happen to this person for this long. Then I was like, I guess maybe it could.
I started there too. So I get it. I tried to give people the benefit of the doubt and work backwards. I have questions about the grand jury. I want to see the transcripts and what was said. I want to see how that email got missed and they didn't know that the confirmatory testing was there. I've definitely got questions.
Yeah, but I mean, Newman was over that too. I have to believe they felt like there was enough even without, obviously, I mean, they felt like there was enough even without that.
Yep.
Kim Ripley, have you decided if you're going to cover Brett Favre? That whole case is a misuse of funds is horrible. The defamation is interesting. I haven't looked into it at all yet. But maybe I will. Thank a farmer. Lawyer, I was a juror after watching Rittenhouse trial commentary, and it helped immensely in understanding this process and especially the objections. Okay.
Yeah.
SO case, and we found the state only proved 5 of the 7 counts. Interesting. I always think that's interesting when they only find some of them. It's like the case didn't just, run the board down. Sometimes it's a splitting the baby. There's always different indications when you have some, but not all.
Not uncommon depending on the way things are charged. And sometimes with those cases with different victims, it's a conscientious jury that parses through things. But I'm really actually very glad to hear it helped. So thank a farmer. Thank you. I'm glad.
Deanna Shire, sure. SM7B is excellent for broadcasting. Mogami brand cables always deliver, from my experience in live streaming, from the sound engineer.
Deanna's like, you didn't listen enough the first time.
She's like, you better get this. I'm gonna have to look into it for my one at home. I don't know what brand the cable is I have at my office.
I went through like 5 cheap cables, and
Yeah.
then like I am doing something wrong. But then again, my cat attacks my cables as well. My cat attacked my camera today on stream and pushed the whole thing to the side. It's still off center. Like I'm still
other elements. You got to deal with the elements,
Yeah.
Peter, congrats again. Peter and Emily, thank you for offering your perspectives and helping keep my sanity during the trial. Emily, NJ was insane. Leslie P, love seeing my faves together. I recall reading that the judge lost his son to a sudden cardiac event the week before trial. I cannot imagine his pain. I heard that too.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks before trial, and they actually had a conference with the lawyers. The conference with the lawyers was for the judge to kind of check in with them and let them know and say, I can and will continue.
That's wild, man. It's so sad. Susie, congrats, Peter. Love you both, and Ian and Rob from Canada. Also, Peter, are you excited for the Last Kingdom 7 Kings Must Die? Do you know what Last Kingdom is? Okay. All right. I was going to say, because that would, I mean, Dave Matthews Band is one thing, but if you were into Last Kingdom, I would be like, all right, something's happening, because
Not the movie. There's a movie, right?
So there's a Last Kingdom show on Netflix,
Okay.
Vikings, stuff like that. It's like one of my favorite shows ever. We've talked about it a bunch on here, and they're making a movie now. The show kind of ended and they're making a movie, and it's going to be the best. Uhtred is the guy's name in it. It's amazing. If you ever have 10 hours to kill on a plane, check it out.
I mean, Often on planes. Sounds
That's what I'm
fantastic.
saying. You got to check it out. It's the
All right.
best. And
Love
it's like fast paced. A million things happen every episode.
Love it.
Amber, can we be called the jury? You know, Peter. You guys are going to decide that for sure. Jen, love you guys. Motion to go to bed. We are so close, Jen. So
Soon.
close. Do you think the other crimes eased the jury's decision? They say it didn't. I think that it's very hard to acquit somebody that did that much bad stuff. We'll just say.
I think the defense did a fair job of saying
as good as you could have done, I think.
He's going down for this.
Yes.
Like, and they saw the evidence. So if they were inclined, I think if he hadn't testified, if they were inclined to acquit, they would have been like, yeah, but we don't know about the murders, but we know they've got him on this stuff. We saw the evidence. Like, so that's handled because the defense did a very good job in letting the jury know he was facing life on all his other stuff. I think him testifying is what did it and why it was so fast.
Have you had a lot of cases where other bad acts evidence has come in?
I did a lot of financial cases. So when you're doing white collar crime, it's generally par for the course. So yes, I have. Never that much.
What was the conviction percentage on those cases?
I didn't lose. God, I maybe in all of my trials lost one or two and a couple hangs. Generally, I felt, and it's hard to see yourself. I felt I was pretty reasonable on the cases that I handled, especially as cases got more serious. And so if we could resolve a case and save the victims going through stuff, especially on paper cases, we'll resolve it. So a lot of my cases resolved. By the time a case was going to trial, it was a case that the defendant was just like, no, I'm not admitting to any of this. I'm like, your bank account doesn't lie, friend. So let's go. I'll just put the paper up. I had some really interesting cases. I did a tax case. I got to do a criminal perjury trial case. It was really fun. I got to do them.
I wish they'd try more of those.
Yeah, me too. But it was because the person who brought it, it was perjury coming out of a civil case from a city entity. So the city attorney was just like, we are doing this. We got to deposition. There's video. Like, it was such a solid case. And the office was like, Emily, perjury? I'm like, yes, please. But I like
I've only had a couple of them and we've never won when the other bad acts evidence comes in.
Yeah,
it's really tough.
Oh, and once you're there, a lot of them plea. Like, a lot of those cases plea. Some just can't, but yeah, a lot of them plea.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay, here we go. Last one. KO Pete Uhtred cosplay for $250K. I don't know if I'm dressing up for a while. All right, that was probably a one-time thing.
Up for Johnny Depp. Why is that a one-time thing?
I don't know. I just it seems weird to look back on and see that now. So here's what I'll say. So the second giveaway was to the person that guessed where the subs are at the end here. And I just missed it. So let's see here. I'm going to take a second. Okay, we actually have two more I'm going to read, and then I'm just going to pick the one that's closest to where we're at. We have one saved that is the closest. We'll see if anybody beats it. Mama Llama, Judge Newman does historic restoration homes and has won awards. He is a woodworker and needs to meet Rob. I
want to know about his life.
You need to have him on. I'm sure he's heard of you. They mentioned YouTube multiple times. Like, multiple times.
He's got to do all those other cases. I'm not, nope.
Oh, I guess that's true.
When he retires, maybe.
Yeah, and he's going to plead to all that crap.
I'll do a South Carolina meetup at some point.
There you go. Anna, EDB, please tell Peter about the butt implant case. Sounds interesting.
It was a fraud case. So, do you guys is Care Credit nationwide? I don't know if it is, but Care Credit, it might be California specific, but it is specifically a medical line of credit. So in California, very popular in high-end dental work, cosmetic surgeries, things like this. You need a $40,000 whatever procedure, you get a Care Credit account, it's for that. So this defendant had stolen an identity to get a Care Credit account to get ass implants. Said implants then got infected around the implant, and so by the time they figured out it was a stolen identity for the implants, they went knowing that they had a doctor's appointment and picked them up at the doctor. But before they could get the implants treated, they took the defendant into custody. And I'm like, what are you doing? ridiculous infection that can't well be handled in county. They had to wheel them in on a gurney face down because of
Oh my God.
the infection into the arraignment court. And my boss told me it was maybe a little too much to also charge the possession of the painkillers under somebody else's name. And I'm like, they're not prescribed in
A
their
little
name.
aggressive.
Like, that's not the intent of the law, Emily. And I'm like, well, they're not prescribed to her. It's someone's stolen identity. They're like, maybe a little too much. I was like, fair enough. So
And see, we were asking the question, how could they possibly put the cell phone guy on the stand to talk about how he threw it 100 times? That sometimes you get a little carried away. They were probably all sitting back there like, you know what would be great? If we call that guy, he's a cell phone expert, right?
Yeah.
We can say he's an expert and he throw the phone a couple times, it'll be perfect.
Right.
That's exactly how they were doing it, and they were gassing each other up.
You need other attorneys to say, no, you're not charging aiding and abetting DUI for the guy who's buying his buddy shots and then throws him the keys and makes him drive. Like, it's too much. So
Exactly.
anyway, the implants got removed. It
The whole
just,
thing.
it was a whole thing. The best part of it is that she had a giant tattoo right above her butt that was a donkey kicking backwards. So it was a kicking ass tattoo right above.
That's very clever.
It was the stories. Just, you can't make up the things you see. I had a 3-way gone wrong and somebody ended up stabbed with scissors. Like, just.
Oh, I mean, just when they used to read factual basis for stuff, sometimes I was like, oh,
Really?
with the exposure cases and stuff, I'm like, and the guy's got to sit right there and
Yep.
listen to him read it. It's like, oh
Yep.
my gosh, it's so embarrassing. All the normal people sitting in the gallery are like,
Yeah, it's a strange world you live in. And it's, when you're listening, I mean, I'm sure your dad talks about this all the time, but when you're listening to jail calls and they're talking about you on the jail calls, you're like,
oh yeah,
hey,
Yes.
stop,
yes,
amongst other things. But
for sure. Rob just here saying it's about 4 hours. All right.
Oh, you're almost there, Peter. We're at 4 hours. At 4 hours.
It is a
We've got
4-hour stream now.
10 minutes.
It's just insanity here. All right, so where we're at is Canadian Cookie here is at 214 or 210, 214, just right where we're at. So she won the second one. John, did you pull who won the first one? Hopefully John pulled who won the first one. And we will post on our community page, Canadian Cookie, to get your address and whoever won the first one to send our Yetis out. The lawyer, Yetis. Tons of memberships, tons of questions. Thank you to Emily, Rob, and Ian for coming on.
Are you going to try to wrap this stream up short of 4 hours, Peter?
Say that again.
Are you going to try to wrap this stream up short of 4
Are
hours?
you like trying to talk me into going 4? So like we have to hit 4 hours? Is that like a thing?
No, I'm not telling you it has to be a thing.
No,
Chat, you get to tell Peter what to do.
We need to go 8 more minutes. That's
If you've never done a 4-hour stream,
all right, we'll stop. We'll stop at 4 hours right when we get there. All right, and that's the lines being drawn there. Dawn asked a question that I think she may have misunderstood. Why do white collar crimes get off more than other crimes? Did you say that? I didn't think that you said that.
No.
Okay.
White collar crimes, particularly not in South Carolina, get lower sentences than other types of crimes. But no, I don't think white collar crimes get off more than other types of crimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't think that that's the case. I will tell you, in federal court, the only not guilties I've gotten are white collar. Medicare fraud with a doctor, a theft case. Those are the only ones that I think I've gotten not guilties on in federal court. State court, though, I think. I mean, state court is just such a different world. Like if you're talking like misdemeanors, like DUIs and certain cases like that are so much easier to get. I mean, that's really where your best chance at winning a trial is those type of cases. And the less, like I remember my first trial that I ever had as a certified legal intern was a possession of marijuana, and in jury selection, nobody wanted to do the case, obviously. So they're like, yeah, you can do it. You can do jury selection. So I was like, hey, how many people here think marijuana should actually be illegal? Nobody raised their hand. And then I'm like, oh, this is going to go really well.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. We let it in the middle of it.
Wild.
Yeah, it's just cases like that that you try sometimes as a young prosecutor is just
You're
it's
like,
really
why
funny.
are we trying this?
So I'm saying we ended up he took a plea deal in the middle of it, which was like a withhold and nothing, which is like a waste of everybody's time. But like I don't know, but I didn't care. I was like, yeah, I'll try every case you guys have at this point. That's why I'm here.
Wait, Chad, they're talking about Jim Griffin's souvenir picture. Peter, did you see that on Twitter?
The like what was it, turkey rooster or something like that?
I think it was a gamecock.
What is he doing? Like why
I
is it
don't
being
know.
funny? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I feel like I'm being trolled.
I feel like there were some things. There's one thing of being like comfortable and confident in the courtroom and owning the courtroom like Harpootlian did. There's another to be like 90% of this I feel like has to be taken negatively by a jury. Like some of the jokes, and we're talking about a guy whose son and wife died. And so I'm just thinking like, some of it is like, wow, this dude is cool, unfazed, tough guy, he knows what he's doing, experienced. But at the other point, it's like, I don't know if I would joke about that, and I think that probably doesn't go over too kindly with the jury.
It felt a little like, hey, one of your closest friends is going to prison for life for murdering his wife and son. What are you doing, Jim? And he's like, I'm going to Disneyland. It was just odd. It's not odd to take the picture, I guess, so much. It's odd to post it on Twitter as your first post back now that Dick Harpootlian's joking that, oh, Jim can be back on Twitter again. I don't know. From Harpootlian pointing the gun at the prosecutors and being like, hey, tempting. Like the whole thing's bananas to me. It was just so odd. It was just so odd.
The whole thing was really weird. I mean, obviously, and the people that said like the lawyers hate each other, they want to rip each other's heads off. It's like they all know each other. I don't think they hate each other. The high fives and hugs at the end, I think, is very normal.
If they
and there are some lawyers
a bigger stink about the guns, that's for sure.
say that you would have.
No, if they hated each other,
Oh yeah,
there would have been a huge deal over that. Instead of them all just being like,
I think if anybody didn't like anybody, potentially it would be Metters. Is that the guy that went last? What was his name? I think some of the defense lawyers probably didn't like him.
Yeah. And they brought him on specifically because he had tried cases with Harpootlian before.
Well, he said he has called him a human smoke screen on another
automatic
smoke screen on another case. Like the stuff they were able to talk about. I'm like, why can he talk about what he did in another case? Like, it's just so weird.
It was so all of it. And then he started wandering into telling a story about his daughter-in-law talking about the dogs barking on the videos. And I'm like, what? None of this is in evidence. It's not even rebuttal at this point. What are you talking about? Your daughter-in-law watching the dog barking video and her dogs didn't start barking? What the fuck?
There was so much testifying by these lawyers about stuff that happens in their life. And, well, my wife, so I can tell my wife that if it rings 3 times, it doesn't mean this. Or looking at the jury's like, well, I'm glad the jury could see that, and kneeling on the ground and like putting the measuring tape. And he's like, look, right here, it's chest height. It's like, well, then why didn't you guys actually say it was chest height? Yeah. Like, why didn't you put somebody up to say he was down on his knees, or, he was because I heard James in some of his interviews being like, we just thought it could have been this, or maybe, if he shot it, he was probably falling over, and maybe he shot from this. It's like, but none of that was like actually proven to you. Like that's the weird part about it, is that so many dots were connected. And if I have to hear somebody one more time tell me that the motive was because Maggie was getting a divorce and had met with a divorce lawyer, I'm like, people, that nothing of the ilk came in. The only thing we heard about was potential infidelity 15 years ago that was actually wrong based on the husband's private investigator that proved his wife was cheating with somebody else.
That the jury didn't hear.
Exactly.
And her ring in the car, but she had just gotten her nails done, and people take off their rings to get their nails done.
I know. It was so weird the way that everybody wanted to jump on that, and how he was somehow going to not make Maggie sign off on something and be able to get some extra mortgage on the house because she was dead. It's like, no, that's if that was the case, the prosecutor would have hammered that home, and they didn't.
They did not.
I did not hear about this tragic
I did not
case.
either. That's awful.
Yeah. how many like miserable cases are like this? This just shows being in this and talking about these cases. It's like, and I talk about this all the time when I say like this was fun, like because at the end of this, I'm gonna say this was fun because this was fun. Like I really enjoyed this conversation. The stuff we talk about is so miserable that some people are like, how could you say this is fun? Like the conversations around it, and the stuff we learn, and the stuff we talk about, and the exchanges we have, like that stuff is fun to me. But these cases are so miserable, and there's so much like evil and brokenness in the world that we talk about and we see happening in our courtroom, on our streets, in our communities that it's really, there are just so many sad stories. We've never even heard of them. Like we're paying attention to the stuff and we haven't even heard of half of it.
Yep. I get asked a lot why I don't do true crime. And I'm like, look, man, I worked true crime for a real long time. And I will cover some criminal cases if I can help and give input or if I'm interested in the case. But can I please just go back to TikTok psychic defamation? Like, get me back to a food lawsuit. I dealt with so much of the heavy that sometimes we will do it, sometimes we won't. And I really do want to talk about Real Housewives getting arrested for wire fraud while the show's filming. What?
It's sure, yeah, and that's why the like sports stuff is interesting. Like the Deshaun Watson stuff is interesting, and this Brett Favre stuff and the Live Golf. But I do think that part of talking about these criminal cases is, as much as people hate it and get annoyed about it, like people's rights are really important. And if it was you or someone you loved or someone you knew, you'd want your rights to be intact as well, and you'd want them to be protected. So it's a tough thing it's a tough line to walk, but I do think it's important, and I think it's good to have different perspectives on it and talk about it, even from somebody who's a prosecutor that still feels the same way as good prosecutors should. Like they're trying to get the just result, not just get convictions, and I think that's, and if you win most of your cases, usually that means you're doing the right thing. Susie, Peter and EDB, what's been the most interesting case you've covered since being on YouTube? Also, Emily, you have to watch Last Kingdom Uhtred. We talked about this already. We hit 4 hours. Calling it. I'm calling it. Mo has to like close out with some pickle action. I was like, I don't even know what that is. Oh, you have it ready. Okay. I can't think of a better way. I can't think of a better way.
It's been a lot of fun.
It has
been fun.
Thank you for letting me influence you to stream for 4 hours. I don't know how long I've been on. I forgot what time it was, but
I have no clue. It's all just kind of blended together here.
Make it official. Rob said, make it official. Boom, 4 hours. You'll see it. Your people, all of the chat, will go and look at that 4 hour on the stream and be like, what?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, this is a mistake. He left his camera on. I think that's what they're gonna think. He must have just left his camera on and left StreamYard open. Emily, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
This was really fun. I'm glad you came on. I learned a lot. I'm interested in learning more about YouTube from you too. I'd love to talk about it more.
I would love to talk about it more. And congratulations on 200K. It is a huge accomplishment. I mean, it's
thank you.
Stadiums full of people at 200K that have subscribed to your YouTube channel that love getting the breakdowns from you and love seeing a different side of our justice system. And you break it down so well.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll do it again soon. Chat, I'm out of here. See ya.
Bye, everybody.